Let's see. Hey, good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? So, if you were part of the very first section that we did where Danny did his motivational speech, you'll know what's going on. There are currently 2 tracks to this DevFest. He's managing the first one in the other YouTube channel. This is the second one. Now, I'm here to introduce you guys to one of my mentors, honestly. His name is James Quick. Amazing guy. Can anyone hear me? I'm going to say yes. Can you guys hit the comment just to make sure? Well, anyway, so James Quick, he is. Oof. Oh, there we go. Okay, so James Quick is a developer advocate at Auth. I am so sorry. I'm kind of all over the place today. He also has helped a lot here in the Memphis tech community. He's done amazing work. I can honestly say that I would not have broken into tech without him. He helped get me where I needed to be. He is an amazing guy, and he's going to help get you guys set up with some serverless functions. But I've talked enough. Let me introduce you guys to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. James Quick.
Hey. Looks like hopefully we're coming through okay. If you can hear me, see me, everything looks good, let me know in the chat. If you can see the screen, the slides as well. Isaac, thanks for the intro. It's really cool to be speaking at a conference that is put on by people right here in Memphis. The Memphis community has grown a lot in the past couple of years, and we've got some awesome people, including Isaac and Danny. So I'm really excited to be a part of this. So welcome, everyone. First, I guess after Danny, first talk of like the 2 different tracks today. So I'm excited. We've got plenty of time today. So if you have questions, throw them in the chat, especially when we get to like looking at the source code. Please throw that in the chat as well. And we'll also have time for Q&A in the end. And I am going to slide over to my speaker notes. And if I can, start my timer so I know how much, even though I think Isaac's going to help me with that as well. But I am fresh on the timer and ready to go. So the first thing that I want to do is address something that may or may not be very obvious to you. And it is the fact that static sites doesn't really equal static sites, or it doesn't really equal static experiences, at least probably not in the way that you might expect. So when you hear static sites, you might think of something really basic, just a basic HTML file, just like a header and a piece of text, something really, really simple. Or you might think about something a little bit fancier, still pretty old school, but you've got text and you've got links and they've got this fancy blue color and they've got a little mouse icon. Maybe something even a little bit fancier where you have some pink colors, a blog layout, a little sidebar. Or maybe you think about something incredibly fancy, something out of this world, like the Space Jam website from the early 90s that honestly you can still go check out today. So if you search Space Jam website, you can still go find this and check this out. But regardless of which one of those, if any, you think about when you hear static sites, it's really important to understand, and this is what I want to show you today, is that static sites mean something totally different than it did 15, 20 years ago, even 5 years ago. It's actually this brand new world. And so today I want to show you just how dynamic your static sites can be when you pair them with serverless functions. So my name is James Q. Quick. I got a little bit of an intro from Isaac, but I am a developer, a speaker, and a teacher. I've been doing some combination of the 3 of those for the past, 7 or 8 years now. And if you're interested in anything, social media or my website, you can find out all the information that you need on Twitter at James Q. Quick or other social media, and my website at jamesqquick.com. And I am excited, very excited to work for an amazing company that you'll hear a little bit about during the demo in Auth0. So we do identity services, but basically make it really easy for you to incorporate authentication, login, logout, security into your applications as a developer. And then I also am representing Twilio, which you'll see in the demo as well. So Twilio is an amazing service where you'll see shortly you can send text messages programmatically is one of the easiest examples of the things that they do. And I am an ambassador or a champion for Twilio. So that's one of the reasons that you'll see them highlighted in this presentation as well. So one of the things that I need you to know is one, I'm a little selfish on Twitter promotion. So if you would be kind enough to tweet something on Twitter about this talk, I would love to see it. It actually helps my job for people to see that I'm giving talks. I also want to emphasize that this will be part of the demo. So this is where, especially in person, I take this talk and I get kind of pushy to say, there's a part of this demo that won't work if you don't participate. So if you have a second and you have a Twitter account, please go to Twitter and tweet anything that you want. It could be hello or test or whatever. Include my handle, James Q Quick, and then include the hashtag JQQuickTalks. This will be really important, and I will know if you don't. So somebody out there in the audience, please go and tweet about that. All right, so let's start by talking about what static sites are. Again, I want to show you that it probably doesn't mean what you think it does. And I think what we need to do to start is have a basic definition that we can agree on. So according to Wikipedia, blah, 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 I'll let you read that yourself. But I want to emphasize a couple of things in here. One is that it references that the files that are being served with a static site are served exactly as stored. And what this means is there's no real-time calculation or generation of HTML. Those files are already there, and they just get served right from whatever the server is directly to the browser on request. A second part of this that's really important is that this is in contrast to dynamic web applications. We'll see a little bit more of a direct comparison of these later on, but this is not your typical server-side rendered application. Static sites are just files that sit out there and get served immediately. And then that kind of leads into what my definition specifically of static sites is. And static sites is just a collection of static assets that are served directly from a server or a CDN. CDN being, for those who aren't familiar, a content delivery network. And what happens with those is that these files are replicated all across the world. So if you request my site from Japan, you're going to get those files from somewhere closer in APAC, probably in Asia. If you request them from America, you will get them from a data center somewhere in America. So these things are replicated. They're super fast, and CDNs are really, really great for speed and security of your sites. So then the question that I like to address is, how do you make static sites? And kind of the oldest school way, some of those original pictures that you saw, was to use just vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You could use jQuery if you wanted to, but those are just static files. Those are just files that go and sit on a server somewhere and they then can get sent down to the browser. You can also use a front-end framework like Angular, React, or Vue. Those are the most popular. And this maybe is a little controversial, or maybe not, depending on what you think your definition of a static site is. But each one of these has a build process, and the output of that build process is a set of static files that can go live on a server somewhere and be served directly. So by my definition, even though Angular, React, and Vue are very dynamic in terms of the applications that you can create, they are static in my definition because they can just live out there on a host. So then the question becomes, what if you have lots of pages? And what I mean is, let's say you have a website and you have maybe a portfolio thing, and you've got an about page about you and some portfolio items that you've worked on and stuff like that. And that's pretty straightforward. There's not very much to it. So maybe you create the individual pages yourself. But what if you get into tons of these? You don't really want to do that yourself. So instead of building all those HTML pages yourself individually, you may start to look at something like a static site generator. And a static site generator is basically a framework to help create static pages. We'll see more about that in a minute. And the most basic, or the most common example of why people use static site generators is a blog. So on my site, my personal site, jamesqquick.com, is actually a static site. We'll talk about the technologies more in a second. And so you can go and check that out. You can grab the source code on GitHub and you can go look at it all you want. But the benefit for me in using a static site generator is that the individual pages for each individual blog post, I think I've got 20 to 30 blog posts on my blog right now. Each of those are fully static pages that are dynamic, or not dynamically built. They kind of are, but they are built by a framework. So the framework pulls the data for each individual blog post, and it takes care of generating the HTML page behind the scenes. So I don't have to do that part. So the interesting thing with a static site in comparison to a dynamic one, if you think about like a WordPress site, a user comes to your page, they try to visit a blog post. What happens is it makes a request to the server. The server then goes and gets the blog post from the database, and then it uses that blog post to generate HTML and returns it back to the user. In a static site, all of that stuff has already been done. The page has already been generated, so it just is getting served. So with a static site, you still end up interacting with a data source, being very generic there, data source of some sort, like a dynamic site. The difference is when you do it. So let's compare and contrast what a static site generator does versus a dynamic site. And a static site generator at build time, so you go through this build process, at build time, it will go out to the data source. It could be embedded markdown files. It could be a database. It could be anything. It will grab, in this case, in my blog example, all the information for the blogs, and it will generate a page for each one of those blogs, and that will be a static page. The downside of this is really important with static site generators, is that every time you add a new post, for example, you have to then do a new build of your site. This is a little inconvenient, and there's ways around or just helping make this not such a big deal, but it is the biggest downside. The benefits, though, of static sites created from static site generators are speed. Again, there's no real-time calculation. You're just serving files. Security, there's not really any server behind the scenes, so you don't have to worry about vulnerabilities on the server. The development experience is great. As a developer, all I do is check in code, and then it goes through this automated process of building, and then it's there. You'll see that in a minute as well. And then overall, just ease of use. There's lots of benefits to static site generators. Again, a dynamic site, on the flip side, is real time. So as you make a request for a blog post, it's going to go to the database, get the information about that blog post, use that to template or to build a HTML template based on that information, and then send it back. The positive side, the really big benefit of this is that there's no extra builds necessary. So if you have a site, you add a new blog post to your database, for example, you don't have to build again like you would with a static site generator. You just go and request that thing from the database, and that's really nice. So benefits, no extra builds are necessary. And then this has basically just been the established strategy for years, which is really nice. Just taking a look and checking in on the chat here. A couple of comments just saying hello. If you're late, thank you, Elliot. Send a tweet and include my handle, James Q Quick, with the hashtag JQQuickTalks. That will come up in the presentation here in a little bit. So make sure you send a couple of those so we have something to interact with. All right. So with static site generators, you may have seen some of these, you may not have, but there's a bunch out there, and there's different ones for different technologies. Jekyll uses Ruby behind the scenes. So if you come from like a Ruby on Rails background, you can use your Ruby skills with Jekyll. Hugo, actually, funny story. I was kind of bringing up Hugo, maybe in this presentation, and I kind of blanked on which language Hugo uses. Turns out it's right there in the name. It actually uses the Go programming language. So I thought that was kind of funny. Eleventy is a cool one that's just vanilla JavaScript. So there's no like framework around it. It just uses vanilla JavaScript. And then you've got Nuxt, and there's actually one called Gritsum. Those are both using Vue. And then there's kind of the counterparts of those in React are Next.js and then Gatsby. And I've got Gatsby right in the center here. This is what I use for my personal site, and it's what I enjoy the most. And that's what we're going to see a little bit hands-on today. So as we talk about all of this static site stuff and kind of the benefits of static sites and static site generators, really what we're getting into is the category that you may have heard of Jamstack. So Jamstack, the JAM parts stand for JavaScript, APIs, and markup. And none of these things are really new. We've used JavaScript for years. We've used APIs to talk to servers for years. We've used markup and HTML and markdown files and things like that. We've used these for years. Nothing individually about them is new. The difference is this is really just a new way of how we build applications. And it's really focused on, or one of the biggest benefits is that development experience and the ease of hosting, for example. When you have a static site, you open yourself up to more places that you can host. You don't have to be limited to a host that supports whatever kind of server you need to run. You don't have to have a server, or you don't have a server necessarily at all. And the ease of hosting is really the biggest benefit and kind of the core of the methodology of Jamstack. And so with that, I mentioned that you don't have to have servers, but you may have some sort of back-end functionality that you need to have done. And so this is where serverless functions come in. And I'm curious, I'll take a look back at the chat in a second, but raise your hand or just comment in the chat if you've ever heard of serverless functions. If you let me know if you've used them. If you're brand new to serverless functions, let me know what your experience is across the board. But the interesting thing about serverless functions is that it doesn't actually mean serverless. That's actually a misnomer. There is a server behind the scenes somewhere. The difference is, as a developer, I don't have to worry about that server. I don't have to maintain it. I don't have to write code specifically for a server. I don't have to update it. I don't have to worry about patches and security and that kind of stuff. I literally, as a developer, I just write a function, and I think you'll appreciate how cool this is in a minute. And then magic happens. It just takes care of a lot of the stuff for you. And lo and behold, after writing a function and deploying it, I've got a kind of a back-end functionality, but again, without the overhead of having to maintain a server. So the majority of this presentation is going to be demo-based, and we're going to see what I think is a pretty fun demo. It's very interactive, so be prepared to interact with the demo, especially asking questions and things if you have them in a few minutes. But what I built for this demo is a site where I can track all of the talks that I give. So as a speaker, in theory, you would travel around to different conferences. Now we're in a very different time, so travel is not as common. I spend a lot of time doing virtual talks now, which has actually gone really, really well. But when you give a talk, oftentimes people are looking to find where the slides are. Hey, where can I find the slides? Or maybe I want to see other talks that someone else has given. And so for this demo, I wanted to create a site where I could track all of the talks that I give, and then have that be something that you could go and see and reference as well. So let's talk about some of the requirements of this. I wanted this to be easily hosted. So the idea of like using serverless functions, not having to write my own server or maintain or deploy my own server, that was really crucial. This gets into that idea of the Jamstack. Another idea that's really core to the Jamstack is static pages. I want the pages, the individual pages for each talk that I give, to be really fast, to be secure. And then I want a couple of interactive things. I want to be able to receive feedback from people. I want people to be able to submit feedback and have them alert me. Like when a piece of feedback comes in, I want to get an alert to know that that's happened, and I can go see and then read the details of that feedback. And then I also want it to be secured, not just secure in the form of it being a static site. I want this to be secure in terms of like I added login so that I could go into this application and I could add talks, but no one else could. And before I did that, people actually hacked this thing real time, which is kind of funny. But now this thing is totally secure. Only I can log in and add talks there. So the first thing we need is we got into this category of static site generators. And for me, I wanted to use Gatsby. Gatsby is a static site generator that uses React. It is super, super popular. The community loves Gatsby. They've got great set of plugins. They make it really easy to add functionality to your site, which is really, really sweet. So I use Gatsby. And the thing, going back to the idea of like static site generator, the thing that you do with Gatsby is you can use their create pages API. And so what I do here is I get all of the talks. We'll see where they're stored, where they come from in a minute. But I get all of the talks, and then for each one of those talk objects, I generate a page. And this is where at build time, it's generating those static pages. And I mentioned that these talks are coming from somewhere, but I haven't actually told you where. In theory, or in general, very generic, they come from a data source. And so as you think about data sources, you might think about something like MongoDB as a database, or like embedded markdown files, or whatever it is that you want to do. In this case, I'm using Trello. Now, Trello, you'll see my example here in a second, is typically associated with like a Kanban board. I use it every day. I have a list of backlog items. I have a list of items that I'm working on. I have a list of like accomplishments for the year. It's really, it does a lot of my note, or I store a lot of my notes for myself inside of Trello, and I use it every day. So what I wanted to use Trello here for was to store all of the talks, and then also store all of the feedback that I get. So I've got a reference. I can go back and look at all of that feedback later on if I want to figure out how to make my presentation better. So the really cool thing with Trello, like all of these different technologies, they have an NPM package. So in JavaScript, if you want to add a card to a list, it's pretty simple. You call Trello.addCard, you add a header, you add the content, and then you tell it which list ID you want to add that card to. Couldn't be any simpler. So next up, I wanted to have some sort of dynamic capability of when someone sends a piece of feedback, I want to not only store it in Trello, but also alert myself in some way. So in this case, I'm using Twilio. You can use it to send text messages and email. I am, in this case, specifically using it to send text. And remind me in the comments when I get to that part, I will turn my phone on and you will hear part of that live. You should be able to hear me receive a text message based on this demo. And this, again, is pretty easy in JavaScript with their package. You call messages.create and you pass it a body. And then you tell it what number that text is coming from and then what number that text is going to. And in this case, I'm using my phone number, so it's going to text me when this part actually comes through. And then I was kind of just thinking about like what other kind of interactive things can I add? And I decided to do a real time. So even though this is a static site, I decided to do a real time Twitter query to grab tweets based on a hashtag. So if you remember back to that hashtag that I asked you to tweet and include my handle, what we're going to do is dynamically query those on the talks page to show the tweets that are associated with those talks. Again, with the Twitter package in NPM, you get a Twitter client and you call .get and you say you want to search tweets and you tell it a hashtag, in this case, JQ Quick Talks, and then you got all your tweets. So we're able to do all of that. And I also mentioned I wanted this thing to be secure. I wanted to have an add talks page, but I wanted to be the only one that could actually go in and do that because I didn't want other people to be adding stuff to my Trello board. Before I added my security, the people hacked this real time, which was actually made for a fun demo. But now I've turned that off, or I've stopped that ability because I've integrated Auth0. So I mentioned that I work at Auth0. So this is a big part of my job, talking about application security and login and authentication and authorization. And the cool thing is Auth0 comes with a React SDK that just got a lot better, by the way. As of the 24th, this SDK is amazing. It's like I have a video that I've recorded on a 1-minute integration of authentication in React using Auth0. Check that out on Twitter later on. But inside of Auth0, this package in React, they have a hook, use Auth0 hook. And from that, you just grab whatever you need, a logout function, a login function, check whether or not the user is authenticated, get information about the user, anything that you need. And I'll show you some of that code here in a bit as well. And lastly here, I needed the ease of use, the ease of deployability, the ease of hosting of this application. And I decided to go with Netlify. Netlify is a host of static sites. It is amazing for static sites. It implements a CDN and can do all this stuff to replicate your files all over the place, make them super fast. But they also have a built-in functionality for serverless functions. And think back to what I mentioned earlier with serverless functions, you just write a function and magic happens. That's exactly what Trello does. And here's an example. You'll see more of this in a second. Inside of here, I've got an add feedback file. This is just a JavaScript file inside of my source code. And inside of there, I can take the feedback from the form and I can use that to call Trello add a comment to a card. So it's going to add a comment to a specific card that represents a talk that I've given. And so all of that magic is taken care of for me just by having those files. And then inside of Trello, I can actually see a list of all of the functions that I have, and you can check the logs and do things like that. But it's all really simple, and there's tons of magic, which just makes this process super easy. So as we dive into the source code, if you're curious, you can go and grab the source code as well on github.com. My username is JamesQQuick, as you probably expect from all the handles that I've used here. And the project is called TalkTrack. So you can go and grab all the source code there, and you can kind of follow along and make sure this is kind of the interactive part now. You ask questions. I'm going to get out of my slides. I'm going to check the chat to see how we're doing, and then I'll show you the demo that I'm pretty excited about. So let's get out of presentation mode. I've already given something away, but I want to start with the code, and then let me swipe over and check the chat. Let's see if I missed anything. A couple of people said, no idea what serverless is. Cool. That's great. Heard of, but no clue how they work. Great. No experience with serverless functions. This is great. So this is the perfect audience, I think. It sounds like someone said, I'm going to start using serverless functions once I am done with a course called React and Serverless by a certain someone. That certain someone is me, by the way. So if you're interested. All right, so let's go ahead and dive in. Let's look at this. What we are looking at is the source code for this project, this demo. And actually, I guess maybe I'll show you a little bit of what it looks like first. I just did a complete kind of redesign. Let me know if you like this design. I really wanted this to be a little bit more fun than it was before, so I just started throwing some stuff on there. But on this site that you can go to, can I actually throw, where can I throw links in the chat? I don't see a window for me to do a chat. If I can't find that, the link is relatively simple. It's talktrack.netlify.app. So you can go here now, and I would encourage you to do so. So open that up, and on talktrack.netlify.com, I've got a list of all of the site or all of the talks that I've done recently. You can see I've done this talk several times, so there's a lot of that demo out there. And then if I click on one of these, it's going to take me to what is a fully static page. So this page for this talk was built at build time. Oh, I think Isaac threw the link in the chat. Thank you, or in the screen. Awesome, thank you. And so on this page, I can see all the details. I guess I didn't do a super good description on that last one. Neither did that one. I should have included real descriptions in some of these, but here's the real description. And you can see basic information, the date that I gave it, the conference or the event that it was at. And then you can also click the link to the slides, which is cool. Down here also is a feedback cycle where you can leave feedback. So you can actually do this. I encourage you, once I get this new talk up there, to do that. So I'll leave that for now. And I'll go back to the homepage and just kind of show, like, on the homepage, I've got a list of all these talks, but where do they come from and how do we create the static page for each one of these individual talks? Well, which way am I scrolling? This way. Let's look inside of the Gatsby node file. And the Gatsby node file is a file where you can define which pages you want to build. And so if you remember back to the little code snippet that I showed you, I had something like this. So for each one of the talks that I have, I called the created pages. Actually, it's this one up here. I called the create page API. So what I'm doing, if we scroll up a little bit more, is I start by grabbing all of the talks out of Trello. And so if we scroll over to, sorry if I'm doing too much scrolling. If we scroll over to Trello, this is my demo board. Inside of here, I've got a card for each one of the talks that I've given. And you can see all of the details are in here, as well as feedback. So someone said mildly epic. We'll see if I live up to that today. It's not a 5, it's a 4. So maybe I've got room for improvement. But you can see all the feedback that people have given, as well as the talks in here. So this is where we're getting all of the information. So we get all of that out of Trello using the Trello NPM package. We're grabbing all the talks from a given list. That's the list that we were just looking at. And unfortunately, Trello actually has a way that could fix some of this, but Trello is not the best for using it how I'm using it because I basically just threw all that information in one string. So all I'm doing right here is just parsing that information and splitting it out. So I'm creating a talk object for each one of those talks in Trello that have each of their appropriate properties. So I get all of those formatted talks, and then I iterate through and I generate a page for each one of those by calling create page. I give a path. So what path does this page live at? And then I tell it for each one of those, I want to use the talk page component. And if I look in here, I've got a template for talk. And in here, I've got the metadata for the talk. That's the slides and the date and the conference or the event name. I've got the description. I've got the feedback thing. And then you'll see something about search suites in a second. So that's how I generate those pages. And that's what the page looks like by using this template. And if I scroll down a little bit more, I also then take all those sorted talks, I sort them in order, and then I use those to create the index page. So I create the index page and I pass to that index page all of the sorted talks. So if I open up the index page, you can see that this takes in properties. And then from that, I grab the talks property, and then I iterate through each one of those talks, and I create that card that represents each talk. So this is how I generate the list here, and then also how I generated the static page for each one. So then let me log in, and this uses what's called OAuth 2, which is a redirect. Actually, it's technically using OpenID Connect for me to log in and authenticate myself. All of this stuff is set up inside of Auth0. And so after I log in, notice that I get the logout button, but also the add talk button. So this will take me to a page that now, like, you could try to log in, but you won't have access to do this. So you can try it if you want. But inside of here, I can add a new talk. And so this is DevFest Memphis. And we've got a question in the chat. Great. Thank you for asking and paying attention. What is a slug? A slug is just the path. So if I go back to one of these pages, this part up here is the slug. So that's just the path to that individual blog post. Nothing too fancy there. So let's go ahead and add DevFest Memphis. Oh, actually, wrong one. This should go down here. Then the title of this will be static sites and serverless functions. The date of this, I'm going to copy one of these and update. So what are we now? This is June 27th. Is that right? Time flies when you're in quarantine and have nowhere to go. I've got a link in here to the slides. This is actually a slightly outdated version of the slides. So if you want the newest ones, a little bit different, make sure to ping me and let me know, and I'll make sure to get those out after the fact. And then I'm going to cheat just a little bit. I'm going to grab the description from one of the previous ones. So let me come in here, and I'm just going to grab this because it's basically the same talk, although we're going to have more time to get into the code and stuff, which I'm excited about. So I'm going to submit this, and hopefully this goes through okay. That it seems like it's submitted. I don't do a great job of giving feedback, but since it emptied out those inputs, quote there about the quarantine and nowhere to go. Since it emptied out the inputs, I know that this means that went through. And if we come back to the homepage, notice that we don't actually see that new talk. And there's a reason. If you remember back, this is a static site. This is a static site generator. And every time we add new data, we have to then do a rebuild. And so if we look inside of Netlify under the talk track site, if I go to my deploys, you'll see this is actually running a build right now. But I don't really know how this happened. And what did happen is if we look in the serverless function for adding a talk, our serverless function here, it's going to do some authentication stuff. So it's checking to make sure the user has the right permission. If the user does have the right permission, it's going to then grab all the information, add that card in Trello, but then it makes one other call, and it makes a call to a Netlify build hook. This is a URL that you can call that will trigger a build in your site. So this way, anytime I add a talk, I don't have to think about going and manually building. It's going to do that for me. And you might wonder, like, that seems like a lot of building, but remember, this is only for data where I give conference talks. I don't give conference talks that often. I'm relatively often, maybe once, two, maybe 4 times a month at most. So that's 4 builds that I would run in a month. That's really not a whole lot. So that's totally fine. So let's look at, we'll just kind of see this is going to run through. It's going to do its build. We'll let that run for a second. And a couple of more questions in here. Elliot asked, how is GraphQL involved? And Elliot, GraphQL is not actually involved in particular in this example. And the reason is that Gatsby as a whole is really centered around GraphQL. So typically what happens is the way I'm calling this, where am I? When I use the Trello npm package to go and grab the card or all of the cards from that list, I would typically do this in Gatsby, or Gatsby would typically do this by using GraphQL instead. So instead of using like the package here and basically using their REST API, Gatsby is more centered around using GraphQL. So I am not using GraphQL specifically because there is not a GraphQL interface to talk to Trello, at least as far as I found. But Gatsby is, and I'm a developer, right? If I find something that doesn't work automatically, I can go and write the code for that. So that's what I did. Just use the Trello package, grab all of those items myself instead of using GraphQL, and then go ahead and generate those pages. Cool. And then Elliot, you asked about actions. Am I even using, what am I using? Actions, create node field. I actually have to go back and look. I have to go back and look and see what I'm using create node field for. I don't remember this right offhand, to be honest. Actually, I think, yeah, this part is only being used if I'm doing something with Markdown. I probably just copy this code from a previous example using Markdown, and I'm not using Markdown, so I don't have to do that at all. And then I'm using from actions. This is basically a set of APIs that we can interact with from Gatsby. So in this one, I'm grabbing the create page function off of actions, and that's what I call to actually generate those pages. Cool. All right, so let's scroll back over. Hopefully this build is done, and now, if you're not on the site already, please go to the site, and you should see this new page here for my presentation at DevFest Memphis, which is where we are right now. So that went through that build process. It then got the latest piece of information, and here it is. Now you can go here and you can check it out. So what I would ask you to do is, this is a longer URL. If anybody is already on the site, can go to this page, grab this link, and throw it in the chat. Or Isaac, if you have a second to do that, that would be great. So people can go and check out this page. You can see all the information. You can click on the link for the slides, the slightly outdated slides. And then I'm going to scroll down a little bit and now talk about, we've got this feature to add feedback. Now, as a speaker, you give presentations all the time, and people don't really give feedback. They usually watch a presentation and they walk away. As a developer, or as a speaker, I really want feedback. And so I'm going to turn on my phone. I've already got one text actually coming through. I'm going to turn my phone on loud. And this is like the awkward waiting game, where what should happen is if you go to that site and you leave me a piece of feedback, and if you did it a second ago, try doing it again so we can have it be in here. But go ahead and leave a review of some sort. If you don't want to leave real feedback now, that's totally fine. But if you have time later and you have thoughts or suggestions, please send them my way. I would really appreciate that. You don't have to include your email. You can be completely anonymous. It's totally fine. But if you will, send me a text. And this is, again, where I just kind of wait here slightly awkwardly for something to come through. And the whole process takes a little bit. And while I'm waiting, I'm actually going to grab the, not that, but the add feedback. So inside of this serverless function, just to show you what it looks like, I grab all the information from the input form. So the email, the feedback. Do people hear that? Let me know in the chat if you could hear that. Or just send in a bunch more reviews and you'll hear a bunch of dings. If you heard that, that was a text message. And where that's coming from is I grab all the information from that form. I add the comment to the card in Trello. Ding, ding, ding. There's another one. And then if I want text alerts to come through, I call this code snippet that you saw earlier, messages.create, and it sends me that text message from you, whoever's out there. A couple people are saying, yes, you heard the text, and there's 3 dings, and then you missed 2 or 3 dings when they sent them before I turned my ringer on. So those are coming through, and this stuff to me just gets me so excited. Nothing I did about this. I had to create a server, right? This is serverless functions that Netlify takes care of for me. All I do is write this relatively small function. I've got some really awesome NPM packages. I'm probably going to turn that off now, but thank you for participating, everyone. But with these serverless functions, I have to do very little to now have some really dynamic and interactive I get interactions or interactivity in my application in what's considered to be a static site. So what I want to show you with that is that feedback actually did get to Trello. So if I look inside of Trello and these things aren't necessarily in order in Trello, although I could figure out how to sort those later, but you should see a couple of pieces of feedback. So love this, great talk. James Perkins, thank you. Shout out to James Perkins out there. Linda, thank you for your feedback. And anyone else here as well, thank you for participating. And people are agreeing that they heard the ding coming through, so that's good. And Deborah is, Regina is saying, made a tweet but forgot to use the hashtag. Feel free to tweet again. You can tweet as many times as you want. And I do want to show you where those tweets actually come into play. So if you have tweeted, and if you've been on the page and maybe cheated and scrolled down a bit, you've maybe seen that there is a live tweet section here. Not quite live. It doesn't update in real time. As you refresh the page, it'll go and get them all. But here's all the comments that you left, which is great. This is great participation. And so real time in a static site, I've got this static page for each one of my talks, which is super fast. It's secure. The serverless functions for the behind the scenes stuff is super easy to implement. As a developer, it's like the easiest experience. Once you get into it, there's certainly some learning, but the flow is so great. I just check in code or I have automated builds and it goes through and does that. And then I'm able to add really dynamic functionality here. And this is only grabbing, I think, is this 10 or 20 maybe? Maybe 10 or 15 tweets. So I'm not grabbing all of them, but I show the most recent 10 or 15. And I could update this to do real time every 30 seconds, go and grab the latest tweets or whatever. But I think this is fine. So you should be able to see this on your end as well. And so inside of this fully static page, I've got some very dynamic functionality in grabbing those tweets. And just to show you what that looks like, there is a serverless function for searching tweets inside of here. Let's see. Tweets, search tweets. Cool. So inside of here, the snippet that you saw earlier, get the Twitter client, and then I just call client.get search tweets. I've hard-coded JQ Quick Talks. This is part of the source code. That grabs all the tweets, and what happens is inside of the talk template page, let's see, inside of the search tweets component that is inside of that page, this thing will, as that component loads, it will go and grab those tweets. So the rest of the information on that page is completely static. And then we add the dynamic functionality of going and grabbing those tweets real time. So I think that's pretty cool. I get really excited about the Jamstack and the different technologies that we have access to and how much easier this kind of stuff is from where it was even 6 months to a year ago, or 6 months to a year to 2 years to 5. Everything in web development has drastically changed, and that makes it sometimes tough to keep up, but also really super fun. So I don't know. Arpon is saying, I think it gets automated. Netlify provides integration with a variety of services. If you update content, how does a rebuild get done? Yeah, great question. Inside of the add talk function, so this is my serverless function. After we after we add the card here, so after we add the card to Trello, what it does is it calls the build hook in Netlify. So this is just a URL that you make a request to, and that will tell Netlify to go ahead and rebuild. So I get this, now that I've got it set up, I never have to go in and do a manual build myself. It's all taken care of for me. Let's see. All right, so I think we're basically at the Q&A section. I'm going to wrap up with just like 2 slides really quickly, and then get your questions ready, and we will do that. So source code, you've got a link for on GitHub on my page or on my profile, James Q Quick. If you want or are interested in opportunities to get involved at Auth0, which is where I work, we have an ambassador program. And during normal times, we would pay for your travel to go and speak at conferences and stuff and give you assistance in learning about identity, authentication, that sort of stuff. We still do lots of support now, even though travel isn't in effect. So if you're interested in the ambassador program, you can look at that. You also can potentially write for the Auth0 blog. We take guest authors all the time. That's a great way to build your resume and get something featured on a pretty big site. And then also have been getting really into live streaming. And so if you'd ever be interested in talking about something fun in a live stream, let me know and we can try to set that up. And then lastly, someone gave away a little bit of my thunder earlier. If you're interested in learning more about React and serverless functions, I've got a course called React and Serverless Full Stack Web Development that you can check out on my courses page. If you're interested in any more details than that, let me know. And then last slide is the thank you. So thanks everyone for being here on a Saturday morning. I had a blast. I really enjoy this talk. I hope that you did too. And now whatever questions you have, just throw them in the chat and we will try to make sure they get answered. And if there's no questions, then I'll just sit here awkwardly and make up dad jokes or something. I don't know what I should do. But if you have comments or questions, throw them in the chat and we'll definitely try to take care of them. And this would be the time, like if I could see everyone on the other end, this would be like the thunderous applause and everybody is so excited they enjoyed the presentation. Hopefully that's true. I don't know if it is or not. David says, amazing. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Regina, thank you to you for being here. Elliot says Jedi Master. That's cool. Code Stacker is here as well. Thank you, Code Stacker. Robert, thanks for the positive comments. I appreciate it. Still waiting on who got like a tough question. We could play like Stump James in front of however many people are watching here. Who wants to try to embarrass me with a tough technical question or something? Otherwise, we'll just kill time until the next talk is ready. So in all reality, though, if you have some feedback on this talk, I really would love to hear it. I ask people to send stuff just for like demo purposes. If you have some real ideas on design of the site or some cool interactions that I could add or features that you would like to see in the future, feel free to throw those in there. I think, so we've got a question that's popping up on the stream here. I think I answered earlier, but if not, I'll just go back and double check. How are the actions working? So inside of the Gatsby node file, in the create pages function that we run, we grab actions, and then from that, we grab the create page function. That create page function is the thing that we use to actually create each one of those static pages for the site. All right, a couple of questions in here. How do you set up Twilio? Short answer. So inside of the Twilio dashboard, you have to register for a number and you get like some private credentials. I don't know, like a Twilio secret key and other things, kind of like any other API. But you can go to Twilio and you can sign up and you can do this for free. And inside of my add feedback, I initialize my Twilio client with the account SID and then the auth token. So these are things that you get inside of the Twilio dashboard. And then you basically just initialize this client and then you can call the send message thing like I did. And I don't know how familiar people are with environment variables. These are things that I'm not going to show you right now, but inside of this .env file, I've got all of those private credentials that I don't want other people to see. And these are not checked into the source code. You can actually see a .env example. So if you wanted to run this yourself, you would have to fill in all of these credentials to be able to do that. So that's how we set up Twilio. Another question about the SEO component. This is actually something that came with Gatsby. So Gatsby is very SEO and accessibility focused. So inside of here, what the SEO component does is it uses the helmet component to add the things, the properties in your head that you would like to have for each one of your pages. So things like the title, you can have a title template, some meta information. These are the pieces of information that when you share something on Twitter or Facebook and it shows you that card that pops up with details, that's where this information comes from. So Gatsby gives you that and helps you set all of that stuff up by default. Let's see. Walker is asking, do you think this becomes the more standard web development path? Outside of enterprise development, this seems more streamlined to piece pieces together. Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Does it become the standard? Maybe, maybe not. I think it's got kind of a long way to go just in terms of adaptability. But I think you're going to see more and more use cases where this is all you need. I like the days of like automatically jumping for creating a Node server or a Ruby on Rails server or things like that. I like those are going to be less situations that require that than there ever was. You're going to see more people talk about this. You're going to see more people building their sites with this. I think a lot of what you can see is like agencies, things that do like informational sites they get paid to build informational sites or blogs for other or e-commerce sites. These are the perfect examples to build with a static site generator and piecing these technologies together. So will it become more the standard? I don't know standard, but it will certainly continue to grow in my mind and get a lot more popular. So yeah, it's a cool place to be. I definitely recommend putting some time into looking into it more. And I think we've got 9 more minutes or so. So a couple more questions. I think Next.js has some static site generation support. So what does it do? So does it do what Gatsby does, or is it something entirely different? So the two static site generators, although don't think that's all they do, in Gatsby and Next that are built on top of React. Next actually has a really interesting side of this where it kind of has serverless functions built in. And so you can do what's called server-side rendered pages as well as static pages, which is a pretty sweet combination. It's something I've been looking into more recently. So Next can do static pages just the same way that Gatsby can. Pretty cool. And then it can also have server-side rendered pages. If you remember back to the example of like a WordPress blog, and you go to a blog post and it in real time goes to the database and grabs information and then sends back HTML, Next can actually do that too. So you kind of get the best of both worlds. The reason that I've stuck with Gatsby so far, or a couple of things that I really like, one is the community. People love Gatsby. People love Next as well, but I feel like the community is a little bit stronger in Gatsby, and that's kind of why I started there. And then also the plugin ecosystem for Gatsby is incredible. Anything that you want to do, there's almost always a plugin to help you do that. So I really like that. It's also pretty integrated with GraphQL, which is really interesting and kind of fun. But I have definitely been thinking more about diving into Next and have experimented a little bit. So maybe you'll see more content from me coming out with Next later on. I think James Perkins is doubling down on the support for Next. I think, yeah, it's definitely really cool. Both are really cool. Elliot is asking, what's the main differences going on with serverless that's different from Express Server? Short answer. You're letting me off the hook by making these, letting these all be the short answer. So serverless functions actually, they run or in this case, the serverless functions I'm using Node, they run in a Node environment that I don't have to worry about. Netlify takes care of that. They're actually hosted in AWS, fun fact, but you don't necessarily know or care about that. So with Express, you're going to have to actually build your own server. You're going to have to host that Node and Express server somewhere yourself. So this is the big difference. Like if I were to build some sort of Node backend, my go-to would be to host that in Heroku because you really there's not that many places to host. You could do DigitalOcean and you could get like a box that's pre-configured with Node and things like that. But you have to go and find somewhere separate to be able to host that. Heroku is probably the easiest, so that's what I would do. With serverless functions, especially in Netlify, all of that is taken care of from me. I don't have to do anything about it. I just write my function, my individual functions, and that's kind of it. I think Express is a great framework on top of Node to build web servers. I think some of the like reusing of code in Express is a little bit easier to facilitate. In functions, what I've started to do is have like a utils function, and then I share common code in different utils. So I do that a lot to organize my code. The performance implications, one of them is serverless functions typically have a little bit of a startup time. Not necessarily every time the function gets called, but they aren't always living, if that's the best way to put it. So sometimes there's this like startup time to initiate or get that serverless function up and running when a request comes in. So it can be a little bit slower, but you have to really be looking for something really performant to notice that difference. So anyway, that's something you would pay attention to as well. Shout out to James Perkins working on his next course. I'm really excited about that, actually. I'm going to be paying attention to that. I think using Next and Sanity as a headless CMS, what I use for my site. So I'm really curious to see what his course looks like. So go check that out as well. Anyway, looks like questions are good. We're like a couple minutes left, so I'll hang out just in case. Isaac or Danny, if you want to let me know if there's anything I need to do. But thanks again for everybody being here. I really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. Find me on Twitter at JamesQQuick, my site at jamesqquick.com. Ask me any questions you have about any of the stuff that we just talked about, or if you want to talk about career and growth and web development in general, whatever you want, just feel free to reach out. But thanks again for coming.
All right, guys. So I'm back. And let's just give a big round of applause for James. He did amazing during this talk. I've learned a lot. I was not even aware of half of these things. So he did a great job. Thank you, James.
Sure thing. Now, yeah, thanks for having me.
I do want to ask you, can you go back to that to the slide with all of your website, your Twitter handle and all that? Just because I don't know about everyone, but I try to add anyone and everyone. And you've been a great help. You've been a great resource. And I hope you don't mind if I slide a question or two your way, because I know that's definitely coming.
Not at all. Yeah, that sounds good.
And it looks like you have one last question that popped out of nowhere from Elliot.
Elliot, yeah. Thanks for being interactive and asking questions, Elliot. Are you using local storage at all, or is Gatsby GraphQL storing your data? No, I'm not using local storage at all. All of that stuff. So the talk information is completely static. So it grabs all that information at build time, and then it's just there in your HTML. So it's not having to do any sort of local storage stuff at all. It's just kind of embedded in that static file, which is pretty sweet. So,
all right. Now, guys, I love you. I want you to be here, but I got to level with you. If you guys don't ask questions, I have to start cracking my dad jokes, and they're bad. They're really bad. Like I guarantee you, we will drop at least half of this audience. So please ask any questions you guys have. James is amazing with any tech he touches. This man does great stuff. So please ask away.
Yeah, Phil, and put me on the spot if you have, even if it's something a little unrelated. Also, if you have a favorite dad joke, throw that in the chat too. That could be fun. Then you could hear like my interpretation of reading a dad joke. Muhammad is asking, can Gatsby be helpful for micro front end? So I don't know exactly or specifically what you mean by micro front end. Usually what a micro front end kind of entails is like your front end doesn't really do much logic. It's really dependent upon the services and things behind the scenes, the APIs of some sort to interact with data and that kind of stuff. You also potentially get into like microservices where you're splitting out functionality. I don't necessarily think of that in the context of a micro front end. So again, I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but in terms of like micro being like the a thin client is what I hear people refer to it a lot, where there's not a lot of logic built into the front end. It's all kind of done in the back end. So yes, that's absolutely true. Most of the logic is done in the serverless functions, the functionality, or it's just getting the data from Trello. So in that sense, yes, but I'm not sure I fully understand exactly what you mean by the micro front end.
All right. So Mohammed, if you could please kind of elaborate on that a bit, that'd be great. Oh, we have a dad joke. My favorite dad joke. Oof. I'm going to let you know because I can't lose any street cred. I'm already negative.
Yeah. So favorite dad joke. I am so good at sleeping. I can do it with my eyes closed.
But
That cracks me. Yeah, we need the sound effects. Tanvesh is asking, is it bad to use libraries like animation libraries on top of React in terms of performance? No. I mean, so like those animation libraries, they're like you can certainly overuse anything, but the animation libraries are meant to be performant. Like that's kind of their goal. It would be kind of silly to create something that's not going to be performant as well as they can. So I think you could overdo it and you can make it even more not performant. But no, I think that's totally fine. If you're interested in a couple of different ones, React Spring is one that I've seen. I've never used it before, but people like that. And I think there's one called Framer. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, you could check those out and definitely include those and not really worry too much.
perfect. We have one more question pop up right here from Elliot again.
Yeah. Did you encounter errors while building? What trips people up with this the most? Yeah. I spent a lot of time, like I talk about how easy serverless functions are. And once you understand the core of just how you configure things, it is very easy. It is like really, really easy. But there are a couple of gotchas. So I didn't show this, but there's a configuration file inside of my source code that tells Netlify where to find the functions and how to use them. So figuring out how to do that, it's not a big deal, but it's a little tedious if you don't exactly know where to find that snippet. I think the build process in Gatsby, like understanding how Gatsby works and understanding how a static site generator works in terms of going through that build process and generating those pages, that's kind of tough, I think, to wrap your mind around. So for me, having to get out of the normal thing of Gatsby using GraphQL, again, I had to go my own route to get information from Trello. Because of that was a little bit different. But again, like they have a package, NPM package that makes it pretty easy to go and grab all that information, and then you just call the create pages API. So calling the create pages thing, that's kind of new. Like that, you use Gatsby and you get used to it after a while. But the first time you see it, you may not know exactly where to go. So figuring out how to use that might be a little bit tricky for you as well. Elliot's asking the TOML file. Yes, the what is it? Netlify.toml. Yeah, that's the configuration for Netlify to know how to build my application, which runs Gatsby build, and then also to serve those serverless functions, where to find those from. Yeah. And I'm working on, I haven't done this yet, in the next week or so, I will have a Netlify serverless functions cheat sheet that I will definitely be sending out. So follow me on Twitter or grab my newsletter on my site at jamesqquick.com. And I'll let you know that when that cheat sheet comes out, and that should make it even easier for you to use serverless functions with Netlify.
Perfect. All right. So it is about to be 11:28. We're going to do a bit of a switch here. I'm actually going to head over to the track one, and Danny will be taking over this chat for now. Keep that in mind. James, again, I can't thank you enough for being here. You did an amazing job. And again, thank you for all the help you've given to the Memphis community. I can without a doubt say that I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
Absolutely. And thank you. Appreciate it.
Just to throw out my dad joke out there, what happened to the frog's car when his tire went flat? It got towed away.
Nice. I like it. I'm all right with that.
All right, but I'm going to let you guys handle it. James, thank you again. Thank you for the awesome audience we had, and I'll see you soon.
Sweet. I don't know. Am I staying in here? I don't know if I'm supposed to be here or not. I'm here until they kick me out, though. Which, by the way, I turned my volume off, but I got a couple of more texts coming through. So thank you for people that participated in that. Appreciate it. All right, more dad jokes, because I don't know if I'm supposed to be here or not. So I'm gonna stick around, but somebody tell me a dad joke. I don't have any right off the top of my head. Danny's here. There we go. Danny's gonna kick me out now.
It's time to pay the rent. It's time to get out. Honestly, this was beyond phenomenal. I enjoyed this so much. I already knew you were going to kill it. Out of all the speakers that I had, you weren't the one I was worried about. So
you got a good list of speakers too.
Yeah. They're all right. Not bad. But for those that aren't following James Quick, please make sure you follow James Quick. He is a huge inspiration of mine, obviously. And if you've been following me, you know I've said his name 5,000 times. So you can find him on Twitter at James Quick. You can James Q Quick. Sorry, there's a Q in the middle. Follow him on Twitch at James Q Quick. You may find him on eHarmony. No, I'm joking. His wife.
Yeah. happily married.
Happily married. Yeah. No, I'm joking. But definitely follow him. He streams all the time with some phenomenal developers. His last stream was mind blowing with CSS tricks. Yeah. So definitely check that out. So without further ado, it is time. You don't have to go home, but you got to get out of here.
All right. Okay? So do I do anything, or do you just kick me out?
Bye. That's it. You're good.
I guess that answered that.
There we go. James, you're officially free. For those of you that don't know, I'm Danny, and I don't know how you would have found the stream if you don't know me. So appreciate you being here. I just want to introduce some of these amazing people that I get to talk to on a regular basis, and they help constantly reignite my passion in tech. So this was very unprepared, but I'm so glad we were able to quickly pivot. And not only did we quickly pivot, we got the people that I love to be a part of this. So it's a win as far as I'm concerned. But we have Chris Dixon, who has his own courses, and I highly recommend that. I actually did one just to see what the hype was about. And yeah, no joke, the guy knows his stuff. And he's releasing some new courses very soon on vanilla JavaScript and all that good stuff. So excellent items to pick up so you can prepare your portfolio. Jay, if you don't know him, is a CSS god in some countries. And what he does with CSS should not be allowed as far as I'm concerned. And I mean, absolutely next level stuff. Definitely check him out on Twitter and you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. We have David Wendt, who is the founder of StoryX, and he's creating solutions for businesses all over to basically streamline their entire processes. And I know David as this phenomenal developer who was honestly too prepared for where he was at, and he just launched to the next level, and now he's transforming businesses all over town. Highly recommend checking out his website at storyx.com. And if you have a business that needs help, he's the guy for you. So thank you all for being here. Is there anything that I missed in your intros besides like your social security numbers and paycheck stubs?
I think you're good.
We send them to you after, right?
Oh, well, I mean, I think my intro, people already know. If you don't know it, I am a professional swimmer that just started his first line of code with Hello World, and I'm learning as I can go. That's about it for me. But so one question I wanted to ask, and I guess we can all take our time in answering it. Hold on one second. Is what did you do before tech? Like, I know we always talk about like what we are doing in tech, but what did you do before? Chris, you want to go first? Oh, Chris is muted, or the audio is not on.
Looks
hey,
like
Chris,
the audio
can you talk?
He's not muted, but
no, he's not muted, but your audio is not working.
Yeah. Maybe he's muted on your computer.
Yeah, we'll go to Jay for now, and while Chris figures that out.
Well, I got a boring answer because I've pretty much done it the whole time. So no, I didn't want to do tech, to be honest. I actually wanted to be an architect, and I had a funny. So in school, I wanted to do architecture. I was doing maths. I did IT. Knew nothing about coding. I mean, I didn't have a computer until much later. Until I didn't have a first computer until I went to college. So before that, it was like I'm doing architecture until what happened was the grading system thing over here. So like when they ratify your exams, they're meant to like ratify them and send them off to the colleges you want to join. And it didn't get ratified, and they said that I wasn't allowed in. And I ended up going in a different track and was told to go towards computer science. Ended up absolutely hating it the first term, stuck with it, and just ended up on this route in a completely different direction. So, but I absolutely love it. I think it's the best fit for me. So I don't know if that's a good enough answer or not, but it bought a bit of time so Chris can give his answer.
No, I think you were fantastic.
Oh,
To be completely honest, I always thought I was decent at CSS until I came across you. And now I realize I'm happy I'm a back-end engineer, because like if I was expected to do the things that you do, there's no way I can make that happen.
yeah. I probably didn't actually word that right. I just thought about that in my head. I wanted to do architecture, then was told I wouldn't be good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was directed towards computer science because I could make spreadsheets in IT.
There we go.
That's how it happened. And for the first year or so, I really wasn't interested. I wanted to pack it all in. And then something just clicked. So don't give up, I guess, is my story.
Don't give up. Chris, you want to try and say something, see if we got your audio?
Yeah. Can you hear that?
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Save
I
me.
selected the very same setting which I did when I entered at first, but somehow something's gone wrong.
I mean, it's not a live conference if something doesn't go wrong. So
Yeah.
if that's the only thing, we're good. We're in great shape at this point.
I've never had one yet that went perfect, so
Yeah.
definitely.
I always say, like, if you're live coding and you didn't make a mistake, you're not live coding. Like, something's not right.
Unfortunately, I missed a lot of Jay's talk there.
So the question is, what did you do before tech?
Yeah, do you want me to jump in?
Sure.
Yeah, well, basically, my first ever job was in engineering. I know engineering's got a sort of broad term in the job world. It could mean anything from, there's some job roles in web development, which engineering sort of covers too. But in the sense of engineering, which I did when I first left school, it was working with metal. So I was what was called a machinist, which was basically using machines such as lathes and milling machines. So that was kind of my first ever job, really. So it's in fact today probably it is my only qualification. I don't have a computer science degree or anything like that. So, but yeah, I mean, looking back, it was really good because apart from giving me my first taste of work experience, it also kind of gave me my first programming experience too, because a lot of the machines at the place I worked for was not only manual machines, but they also had computer control machines. So that was kind of my first taste of programming, really. I mean, if anybody seen on Twitter recently, I did share, I think it was actually Niall that brought back some old memories recently. I did share a screenshot of some of the code, which was wrote, 20 years ago, 18 years ago. And it's just completely, it's like kind of like JavaScript for anybody who's never did it before. It's just a series of, lines of code which nobody understands apart from the person who actually wrote them.
Pretty much.
But yeah, that was really good because it gave me my sort of first taste of work experience after school, but also the first taste of programming too. So yeah, definitely enjoyed that one.
What about you, David?
Yeah, so my path, kind of like Jay, it wasn't like a smooth path. I did go to school for computer science. However, I ended up dropping out during my third year. At some point, I reached a point where I was like, what am I doing? Like, I don't understand this stuff. This stuff is way too hard for me. Like, I don't get this. And I was just staring at the book and was like, I don't think I can do this. And during this time, I was already reading up on like entrepreneurship and things like that. So I felt like I would be fine if I dropped out. And I ended up dropping out. And I tried to build my own like PC repair company. But then I also met a manager who was like, hey, you should go into QA, do software QA for me. The pay wasn't great, but this was kind of like my introduction into programming. So I was always techie and I was always around computers, but I never actually did software development. So I did that for a year. And basically, while I was doing that, I was studying Laravel, which is a PHP framework. I don't know how popular it is now, but I think there's a site called Laurelcast where I basically learned all like the foundation of programming, where I learned like the solid principle, object-oriented programming, all the foundation you need to be a programmer. And with that, a recruiter reached out to me and at a much bigger company asking if I'm interested in a software development job, because I was doing like kind of software testing or software QA, and I guess they just needed a software developer. So I ended up doing an interview with them, and I ended up getting the job. And that's kind of how I entered into software development. It was funny because like I remember looking back during college, I was like, this is way too hard for me. Like I don't get this. And then when I was studying it by myself on my own, it kind of just clicked. I wanted to focus on creating something, creating a project. And I think through that determination of like wanting to create something, I was able to pick up like basically answer to why I was doing something, why I was studying, why I was doing things. And it helped me become a much better developer. It helps me get the concepts, helps me understand why I was doing certain things.
You know what I love about this? And it's such a good point that every single one of the three of you have achieved some sort of position or accolade or achievement. And you all three started not knowing this is where you were going. And you all three started at the exact same position of, I don't know what the is going on. And I think this should be so inspirational for so many people that say, well, you know, I'm not really good at programming, or this is not the thing for me, or, you know, it's so hard. It's hard for literally everybody to where they doubted themselves. And now they've reached, David has his own company. Chris has his own practice going on. Jay is literally creating content that blows minds and is an instructor on Egghead. Aren't you an instructor on Egghead?
Yes, in the process. I've done anything as well.
I mean, his list is ridiculous. He's got to be like the hardest working CSS guy I've ever met in my life, but he's got so much that he's involved with, and his stream is phenomenal too. So make sure you check that out. But literally everyone I know, for damn sure me, you know, if you don't know my background, I have a PhD in frying chicken, and that's about it. So, I mean, if you know, you think you come from humble beginnings, like that's as humble as it gets when it comes to learning how to code. So don't ever doubt, like, oh man, this is too hard, I can't get this. I'm a software engineer. Like, I've spoken at Google, and I'm, you know, this is only over the course of 3 years, right? So you can achieve so much as long as you don't stop going. And if these people aren't testament to that, I don't know what is at that point. So let me ask you this. After you got started in tech, what made you want to position yourself to go in the current road you're in now? Like, why go do it on your own? Why do your own thing? Why not stick with the company route? Chris, you want to go first?
Yeah.
I was going to go that way, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Basically because I think my first ever experience of building a website was at school, and it was just a simple HTML and CSS project. And that was kind of my first ever taste. But even after that, the only thing I knew I wanted to do when I left school was basically to build things and work for myself. So I think there's kind of a common trend between any job that I've ever done. The whole idea here of any job I've done is I've tried to combine self-employment with a passion or a hobby. So that's the only kind of thing I knew when I wanted to leave school, that I didn't want to go into further education, because I don't know why some people do, some people don't, and that's completely fine either way. But all I knew was I wanted to have my own business, not in the sense of shirt and tie in a boardroom, anything like that. Just generally, I've always been interested in just looking at businesses and kind of knowing what goes on behind the scenes, how they make money. So that's definitely something which I always wanted to do. So even when I had my first job and I was doing engineering, I was always had in the back of my mind that this was never going to be long term. It was always going to be leaning onto self-employment, and I've always loved building things, whether that's, you know, websites, which I've always done on the side, even through different jobs. It was always kind of a case of looking for that particular job which combined the business, building things, and sort of a passion. So kind of the first thing I did once I left engineering was I started up an e-commerce company, and that was a really, I think I was maybe 19, 20. And kind of looking back, it was a bit of probably a big deal for my age, but at the time it just seemed natural because it's something which I've always wanted to do, and it also combined 2 or 3 different passions too. Because from school we did the website as the final year project, so we always carried on learning HTML, CSS, and building things. So obviously I looked after the e-commerce side. We had a website, and that was kind of a way of combining the business with e-commerce, as well as kind of sort of trying out a few different things as well. It was I knew the engineering was never going to last because to start up an engineering company, it was far more money than I had at the time as a teenager.
Sure.
So yeah, definitely. I knew it was always going to lead down the self-employment path, and I always kept going with HTML and CSS at that age. So I always knew that was something which I had a passion for. So the business, along with the website, was a way of kind of combining both of those, and also filtering the hobby too. Because when I was a kid, I used to race go-karts. So the e-commerce business sold go-kart accessories.
Nice.
So it was a way of sort of combining 3 different angles really into one business. So that's kind of a common trend between a lot of the jobs I've had. It's kind of combining the business with a passion and also building things. I could talk longer if you wanted to, but I want to let somebody else.
I was going to say, Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go. I hate doing the Let's cut that out now. So started as a middleware engineer, actually. Not at all what I expected. And to be honest, I wasn't very good at it. So I ended up going on to a front-end project with HTML, CSS, JS, and being like, what is the DOM? Like, I have no idea what this is about. Getting really into it, but I was never into code in the sense that I would do it in the evenings. Like, it just wasn't a passion for me. It was like, it paid bills, and it pays well. We can't lie. Tech does pay well. I kept going with it, and it was only later on that I actually discovered a kind of passion for creating content for other people. It was a case of 5 o'clock comes, right, I'm heading to soccer training. You guys will call it soccer over there potentially. Football training here. I'd head for training.
Talk, yeah. Freedom talk.
Partying at the weekend, seeing my friends. Never about creating animations in my spare time. That was way back in the head. And then I thought I'd made it. I joined a big corporate company thinking, this is it. I'm set. I could just be here forever. Reeling it in, finish at 5, have a nice car, Nope. 3 months in, I hated it. That was it. It was gone. Shirt tight. That's not me. I don't enjoy it. I'm not doing this. Had hardly anything in the bank. Took the plunge, quit, threw myself into contracting, and started sharing content, and then it took off from there. So I guess it's one of them, like, don't. My biggest thing is don't do things you like. If you're not enjoying it, don't do it. I know that's quite blunt, but it's so true. Like, follow the things you enjoy, because if you keep working at that, something will come of it. Like, people will see that. And I know Danny talks about this kind of stuff a lot, and it's really true. Like he said, just to build on the point you finished on before you let us answer this, like you said about we all took different kind of roads and or paths even. And it's so true. Like, if your path is blocked, you find another path. Like, if there's a tree in the middle of the road, you just, you go around it, which is so true, like, to back on what you said. So yeah, it just went from there really. And you can see my timeline is just stuff gets made and stuff gets added, and yeah.
What's so important about that is you're going to be doing this literally for the rest of your life, right? You might as well like what you're dedicating the rest of your life until your heart gives out and then your brain gives out. Do you really want to be miserable doing something and getting a paycheck for it? Because the way I look at it is you're trading your, like, whenever people take jobs that they don't want, you're trading that stress of saying, okay, I need a paycheck, I need money. For now, my stress has now become the stress of the job. Was it really worth it in the end? Like, that's the way I looked at it. Like with the gas station, I was working my ass off just enough to still call myself broke. And I wasn't taking another job because I needed the money. Like, where was the trade-off that was worth it? Now I'm doing something I love, and it's not really that big of an issue.
We have this conversation sometimes about like, oh, you know, like, do you think you'll retire? And it's like, well, I don't need to, you know, I could just keep doing this because I enjoy it. I don't feel like it's work, you know, I enjoy solving problems and creating content. And that's how it should be. You shouldn't get up and feel like, oh, I got to do this again. I like getting up. I like waking up. There are people that can vouch that I don't sleep enough because I'm enjoying what I'm doing. There it is. So honestly, yeah, sleep more.
You wouldn't have catch me waking up 4 o'clock in the morning if I wasn't loving what I'm doing. And it's hard to put that kind of passion behind something that sucks. Like, it's just not going to happen. So now to David, you know.
Yeah, so my story is...
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
The comment, yeah.
So my story is pretty similar to Chris. I've always wanted to build my own project, my own company, my own thing. Whenever I was working for someone else, to be honest, I wasn't like giving my like 100%. I wasn't like encompassed in it. I wanted to be so addicted to it that like I study everything about it and like love everything about it. So I grew up as a gamer, like as a RPG gamer or anything like that. And I could spend 12 hours gaming and I would study after. I would think about the game afterwards where like I'm looking up the best way, the most efficient way to play the game. And that's the kind of like state I wanted to be in whenever I'm working at like a company or wherever I'm working at on any projects. And so I just couldn't get into that state while I was working for someone else. I just felt like, why would I build something that's not mine? Like put all my time and effort into it. That was not mine. That said, I did get my start at a big corporation, right? I spent, it wasn't 3 months. It was 3 years at a bigger corporation. I stayed there because I wanted to build up a stable, nest egg for myself. I did go the route where like I worked at a job and then I ended up wanting to go build my own company. So I actually dropped out after like, it was like 3 months or something like that too. And then I ended up in a place where like I was struggling for money and I was like, all right, I'm never doing that again. That's the dumbest thing because you couldn't focus on what you really wanted to do because you're so hungry. You need money so bad that you're willing, like you're compromising things you put out or the things you want to do. Versus, hey, I'm stable now. I get to take the time and do it this right instead of just like, hey, I need money now, give me money. So your goals and aspiration kind of shift a little bit when you're in a much more stable place. So that's a place where I want to get myself into. So now I get to work on something like I actually enjoy, and it feels really amazing to go into work, or I guess I work at home. So I just go into work and figure out, all right, what do I have to do today? What's going to make me, what's going to like move the needle forward? What's going to make like feel like there's the most progress today? And it feels really good to like build something and have people like give you money for it. And we're like, hey, this is really awesome. We really like this. And this is like, it feels like you're offering something of value to the world. And like when they're giving you money, it's like, oh, this is awesome. They like this. Let's keep doing this.
I love that for a million reasons, but this is a good question that just came up. How long did it take you to be good? And did you buy courses, books? Like, what was your learning methods? Start with Chris again.
Yeah, I mean, I think good is a subjective term. So, I mean, even now, I've built websites for, I mean, it's probably 20 years since I first started working with HTML and CSS and JavaScript. So not always full time until, you know, it's always been on the side as well. So I have had a lot of experience with web development, but even now I still struggle to call myself an expert because I'm always learning too. And I always kind of have this this kind of philosophy that we are always a student, regardless whether you started coding 20 years ago or whether you started last week. If you always had this, we are a student mentality, that's a kind of a good way of always accepting that there's something else to learn. I mean, it's easy to say it, but I would never ever consider myself an expert in what I do because it's always changing. But one thing I would say is I'm happy with that. I've grown to accept that because, you know, some people do class themselves as experts, and I don't know whether they sort of take that as their cue to stop learning new things. But personally, if you always have the "we're always students" mentality, it's a good way of kind of making sure that you keep up with the industry and don't sort of rest on everything that you already know. And I would rather be known as the guy that sort of never gave up rather than the guy who thought he knew it all, if that makes sense. Because once you give up learning, that's kind of, in this industry, it's kind of the end in my eyes. Once you lose a passion and once you give up learning new things, that's kind of a way or a sign that maybe this industry isn't for you anymore. I hope that makes sense.
It does, and I agree. Jay, you want to go for it?
I was just gonna 100 emoji it and then just no, no, completely like repeat of that. That's what I love about this. You're never gonna know everything, and that's what keeps you hungry for it. Like, there's always things to learn. I can't remember. I always quote this, and I don't actually know who said it, but it's something like you need 10 lifetimes to learn everything you want to learn, or something like that. It goes along those lines, and it's so true. But you have to embrace it, because otherwise you will never sleep. So, but it's I kind of got into that thought of motion and not the original question, which was, how do you learn everything?
Or like, how long did it take you to be good? How did you learn? Like, did you buy courses, books? What's your learning methods?
So definitely it's subjective, like Chris said. I've never done courses though, apart from university, which I'm pretty sure most in here could probably vouch that those skills aren't exactly applicable, like practical. Like, I wasn't learning React, it didn't exist, you know. I wasn't learning JavaScript because I started as a middleware. You still learn like conceptual things, and I think in your opening speech, Danny, or talk was about kind of like the college experience, and you do gain stuff from that, like, it has to be said. But for me, I learn by finding something I want to make, and I go in that direction. Like, you always want to move with where things are going, and you want to be someone that wants to do that. Like Chris was saying, the passion has to be there. Like, if something new comes out, like, I don't know what the next framework's going to be, but there will be one, won't there? And you got to be thinking, I want to be there. I want to know. I want to write the first blog post. I want to, have that hunger. That's how all the demos get made. It's a case of like, I wonder how I'd do that, and then I just go off and do it. Like, find the answers, read the docs. I don't really do courses. I done one course, I think, which was the CSS grid one with Wes Bos. I did that probably about 3 years ago when it came out. That's the only one I can ever remember when people ask. So I'll pass it on.
Yeah. So I do a couple courses. I don't do a lot of them. I kind of echo what everyone says, is just find something you want to build and then just dive into it. That's how I learn, is there's a concept or something I want to build, and then I spend the next 12, 16 hours or whatever just looking at forums, reading Reddit, Stack Overflow, whatever it is, right? It takes a really long time to get like a decent looking website up or add some kind of functionality. So you kind of just enter like a state of flow where you kind of just lose track of time, and you're just like, all right, I'm gonna figure this out no matter what. Like, I don't care what it takes. I'm just gonna figure this out. And you want to do that for, I don't want to put a timeline on that, but like, I feel like if you spend 6 months to a year of doing that over and over, I don't know, not every day, but like, 5 days a week or something like that, I feel like you'll get really good at something, some minuscule or some small part that will provide value to someone somewhere. and that's a really good place to start. I remember one time I tried to build a Hackintosh, and it took me like 16 hours to figure it out. And like at 15 hours into it, I was literally banging my head against the wall. I was like, what the heck is going on? Why can't I get this stupid system to boot? And there are going to be days like that where it sucks really bad and you just can't figure it out. But you know what's amazing? The amazing part is that 16 hour when I actually get it to work and get it to boot, it felt like the sense of accomplishment is just so amazing that like it's almost worth it to like struggle for the first 15 hours of like banging your head against the wall for that like moment when you're like, oh crap, I get it now. It's done. Like I did it. And so I say that just to say that don't give up. Like it's gonna suck for a little while, but once it clicks, it's so worth it.
That's the drug. Chasing them.
It is,
Yep.
yeah. As David said right at the start about building things you're passionate about, I mean, the only reason I'm standing here in my mid-30s as a web developer is because when I was 16 years old at school, we were assigned a project to build a website, and I built the website based on something I was interested in, which was racing cars at the time. So because I built the project in something I was interested in, that's probably the only reason I'm standing here right now. If the project was assigned to us and it was something completely random, we had to build a website on anything which I wasn't interested in, I probably wouldn't have finished it, and we probably wouldn't be standing here talking right now.
I'll kind of chime in too with this is I do courses time to time, but I'm not a course guy. For me, what I do is, okay, I'm going to build this thing. When it doesn't do what I want it to do, I now have nothing on my mind except learning how to make it do what I wanted to do. So I'll just come up with I'll even hand draw it, Figma, whatever you want to use, and just come up with like the most roughest design saying, I want a nav bar here. I want a picture here. I want this to do this here. And when it doesn't move where I want it, or it doesn't respond the way I want, my life now revolves around figuring out how to make it move. And that search, that Google search, that Stack Overflow, whatever rabbit hole you go down will teach you way more than any $10.99 Udemy course, and I don't care who says otherwise. Because not only do you learn that, you don't forget that pain that you're going through at that moment, and it reinforces everything you're learning. Now, I want to piggyback that onto something I was about to say, and I just saw this comment pop up. What the hell should I do? Where would I start from? I started learning code 3 months ago. I love it so much, but I often find myself in that position. When will this stop happening? So the great thing about that is I literally said that 4 hours ago. So it's never going to stop happening. It's almost as if you had my camera on and you recorded what the hell I was saying, because you will always be confused. You will always question, why isn't this working? You know what's funny? A very good friend of mine, I hate putting timelines on like how long it takes to get a job in tech, because it gives like this false idea and this like goal that, okay, I didn't reach it in X amount of time, time to hang this up. And I get this question a lot and I always ignore it, but I'm going to go ahead and say it today. So it took me 8 months from learning how to code to landing my first job. It probably would have been shorter if I wanted it to, but it took me 8 months. Very good friend of mine that I work with every day took 6 years to finally get his first job in tech, right? Now, my title is software engineer. His title is software engineer. It took 6 years software engineer. So it's just software engineer. Our paychecks are the same. Our titles are the same. Our benefits are probably the same. It shouldn't matter how long it takes you. The only thing that matters is that you both reach that point. I was going to say roached. I don't even know if that's the proper word. You both reach that point. Just worry about your journey. Stop comparing yourself to people on social media saying, oh, this developer is so amazing. I'm not. Oh, I need to hang this up. And stop comparing yourself to other developers saying, oh, they're at this milestone. I should be there as well. One, they may be a fast learner. Two, social media. They're probably fucking lying. So stop worrying about what they're saying that they're at, because so many people pretend. A person just commented this yesterday, and I totally agree with them. So many people follow these programmers on Instagram, but they've never released a line of code. They just take a picture next to VS Code open, and you just assume they're this master developer. Stop believing the facade, because I can tell you half of them probably are not that great. Just focus on your journey, because it's the only one that matters. No matter how much you envy that person, they're not chipping in on rent. They're not chipping in on the light bill. So stop worrying about them and worry about yourself. I'll go ahead and pass it to Chris now.
Yeah, definitely. I think I completely agree. I mean, people like, Gary Vee, it's not somebody that I watch a lot, but one of the few videos that I have watched, there was something that really stuck in my head that said, as soon as you compare yourself to others, you always lose. And obviously, it talks for a whole hour. He talks a lot, but that's definitely one thing which I pulled out of everything he said was, when you start comparing yourself to others, you always lose. And that's kind of the problem which some beginners particularly have with social media. They'll go on Twitter and they see this kind of end result that people are posting, which is polished. And, I'm sure everybody here is the same, but for me personally, if I publish something tomorrow on Twitter, a sample of code, something which is working, in terms of like J, an animation, something like that, that didn't happen overnight. We've probably spent hundreds of hours, if not thousands, behind the scenes learning these things. I mean, I can remember in my old house, we basically had a little table in the kitchen, and I can remember so many nights sitting there with a book on PHP and things like this, and I would finish my day job. I mean, I've not always done web development full time, and I've had various jobs. So sometimes I would get in from work, and while maybe the food was cooking, something like that, I'll be reading through a book, PHP, WordPress, anything along the lines of this. And it's all unpaid work. So it's kind of part of the journey as well. So what you're always seeing on social media, on Twitter, Instagram, is always somebody's end result. So don't try to compare to that. Just always know that you are seeing the kind of end of a journey rather than somebody developing. If you want to see the start of a journey, follow things like 100 Days of Code and people like this. And that's probably more of a comparison, really.
So true. So true. The like I could create an animation and I could go on a stream, and just to back onto something David said a minute ago, I know that feeling of doing the 16 hours when a 2-hour stream turns into a 7-hour stream just because I want to get the solution. But it's so true. I could make something in 3 hours and people are overwhelmed and say, I'm never going to get there. But don't be overwhelmed. It's taken years of learning things and putting those soft skills together and learning how to create solutions with different things. I can look at something I've never seen it before, but because I've brought those soft skills from elsewhere, I can apply them. But the biggest thing, I guess, is just embrace your journey. Like Danny was saying, embrace your journey. It's not a race, and you might not even be on the same road anyway. So find a balance as well. Don't burn yourself into the ground thinking I need to learn everything. Like, there is definitely a fine balance to find, and everyone's balance is different.
Simon, David?
Yep. I would say find something that pulls you. Find a project, find an idea that really pulls you into it. Going back to the Hackintosh, I don't know why I built the Hackintosh. It was just because I wanted to program in iOS. I didn't actually even program in iOS. I just built it because it was interesting to me. Setting up a Hackintosh really pulls to it. So in order to do this, it could be difficult sometimes because you don't know what you're going to do. So if that's the case, I would say try a bunch of different things. Jay does really amazing animations. If you see that and you're like, oh, that's so awesome, let's do that. Let's try to do that. Or if you see like an e-commerce site you want to build, there are tons of resources online that you about e-commerce, and let that pull you into learning more about that space. You really want to find something that pulls you into it though, because it's really hard to like sit down and be like, all right, today I'm going to code for 10 hours a day on something that you're not interested in. Like it's not going to work. No one has that much discipline in the world. Like there's no way that you can just sit down and do something you don't want to do for 10 hours over and over every day. As everyone here said, we all spend hundreds and hundreds of hours like doing things that are unpaid, that is kind of just like our passion. I wouldn't even say it's passion. I feel like it's just there's this pool that like you look up and like 10 hours has gone by and you don't know where it went. And that's something you want to find. And yeah, there isn't like a simple way to like answer that, like how to find that. I wish there was. I wish there was like, hey, yeah, if you do all these steps, you're gonna find that magic thing that like helps you find your next step in life. But there isn't, and that's my best answer.
One thing I'll also try and throw with that as well is you will never be prepared for anything. I don't care what scenario it is. Something's going to break somewhere that, you know, is going to suck and you're going to have to figure it out. 90% of my job is tackling a task that I know zero about. Like I get tickets and I'm working on something that I've never worked on, but it's just the experience of learning something new, figuring it out, going through the code. It's going to happen. There's no way around it. Even my senior developer, you know what's funny? I always say every senior is a beginner at something else. Like he's a genius when it comes to Java. He's a genius when it comes to Angular. Now we're remaking our work website and Go and React. And he's like, hey man, where's that course at? Where's that tutorial? You're always going to be a beginner at something. So don't let that daunt you. Don't let that be, you know, a determining factor, and, you know, making you scared.
I was gonna say that's the biggest soft skill you can acquire in development is humility. Embrace whatever everyone else, you know, gifts people give you. Take them in. Never take them with a pinch of salt.
You know, that's such a hard thing sometimes too. Like, especially like when I go to a code review and that's like when, like you want to talk about imposter syndrome. That's like heightened senses of imposter syndrome before going to a code review. Like you go to code review, like the jig is up. I'm about to join the unemployment line. That's it. They're about to realize like this guy knows nothing. Here's my time. It was fun while it lasted. I'll clean up my desk on the way out. Code review, and it's hard not to like take those things offensively. Like when someone's like, oh man, this you shouldn't do this, this is bad. And you want to be like, no, this is the way I know it. Take that criticism, go research it and learn that method. They're not doing this to hurt you. They're doing this because business-wise, it makes only sense to have your code at the best level. No one is going there saying, I need to mess this up for you in this code review so we can get you fired. Because business-wise, they're not going to make money off of that. They only care about you. And I always say this, and some say it's cynical. I don't think so. You're only as valuable as the money you can produce for a company. So if you're making good code, you're producing good value. If you're making bad code and you won't take the suggestions, you're not going towards that good value. That's when they have to let you go. So if they're giving you advice to up your level, take it with an open heart. Like it may, you know, hurt you slightly to be like, oh man, I can't believe you think about that, about my code, but let's fix this so I can get to where I need to be. And I mean, I think that's the best advice I ever took personally.
Yeah. Learning to take a code review not personally is really important, because I read all the time on Reddit where this guy who is like super insecure and it's like, oh, I just got torn apart during my code review, and I felt like I'm gonna quit. And you shouldn't take it personally. It's there to help everyone improve and learn. It's a soft skill you need to learn and pick up to not take things personally and not feel so attacked whenever people are trying to help you.
Yeah. And remember as well, it's a two-way conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a one-way thing. I've had people that are perceived as more junior bring things up and I've been like, wow, I didn't know that. Thank you. Let's put that in. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's so important. It's a collaborative thing. Code review. It's not a, this is wrong. It's not a telling off. It's a team effort.
As long as
You
the
know what?
person
That's
who's
such a good
doing the code
point.
review is
Go ahead. I'm
sorry, Danny.
No, go ahead first.
No, I was just going to say, as long as the person who's doing the code review does it in sort of a good way rather than a negative way, it's always kind of an opportunity, really. It's kind of like a beginner learning to code for the first time. I mean, some beginners will build a project, whether that's through a course or a tutorial, and they will kind of hit a problem and think that it's a huge problem, whereas if they start to realize it's an opportunity to learn something new, just exactly in the same way as a code review, it's an opportunity really, rather than somebody getting on your back more than anything else.
Yeah,
And one thing I'll say towards Jay's initial point, no two teachers teach exactly the same. No two developers have found the exact same path towards learning. They're going to pick up things that you don't know about, and you're going to pick up things they don't know about. That is the perfect time to collaborate, not only to learn more, and like if they're challenging your idea, you can say, well, I came to this point by using XYZ. I say Z because that's freedom, but Z terminology instead of Z, But or I can go ABC route. You discuss both ideas. Maybe they don't know about ABC route, and this is a perfect time for you to also educate them on something that they don't know. So I love code reviews for that. Sometimes it's very, it's hard to take the criticism, but take it. There's a very good question here. I want to bring this up, and I think this is something we can all chime in on. At what point do you think you should have time away from the keyboard? I have a lot to talk about on this, but I'll let you guys know. Chris?
This is probably one of those questions where I should also take my own advice, because we're probably all going to stand here or sit here and say the same thing, but we also probably at the same time are guilty too of not doing these things.
Yeah.
For me, in particular, just this week, I think it was maybe Wednesday, I'm pretty resilient with work, especially with working for myself. I've always kind of just kept going and going and going, and I've always kind of been kind of good at that without realizing how much it is affecting me. But sometimes, my wife will maybe say, you're in a bad mood, what's happened at work, you need to take some time off. I mean, only on Wednesday this week, she kind of mentioned it, and we took the afternoon off, and we took a drive out to some nice lake, and it was really relaxing. And I don't think you sort of realize until you return how much you needed that break. So if you can kind of schedule it in as a regular thing, I mean, of course, people have it as weekends when they have off, but I don't generally take every weekend off. If I do, I maybe take a Sunday off, and it's not everyone, but that's probably going back to I love what I'm doing. At the moment, I'm very busy too, so there's always something to do, but I don't feel particularly burned out most of the time because I've spent a long time sort of leading up to the job that I'm currently doing. If it was kind of going back to a job that I hated, it would be a lot different. So at the moment, it's kind of the burnout takes a little bit longer, if that makes sense.
So
I'm hoping I'm still in the room because I think it's all frozen from my end. So
No, you're in here.
You're good.
Do you
You're
not
good.
see everybody moving?
yeah, good. So yeah, I think my best advice is generally just to schedule a break before you need it.
Your screen wasn't frozen. The truth bombs made us freeze. That's exactly what that was.
So I was quickly jumping on the phone to check if it was all right to call this one out, but then when I checked the handle that asked that question, and this might be a sideways swipe because that's actually my partner who's asked that. When's good to get away from the keyboard? She's downstairs like, why are you up there? No. So yeah, I've actually been writing an article on this that will be out very soon. It's such an important thing, and it goes back to finding a balance that works for you. The whole pandemic and lockdown has made things a bit different for me personally. I play sport at the weekend, and that tended to be like my scheduled release. Like I know I'm going to be away from keyboard because I have to go and play a game. and I don't know how different people approach it. I'm always interested to know how different people approach it. Like, I do things like I make sure I take a break every so often. I just go and throw out some pull-ups on the bar, or I go outside for a bit, or I go to the gym, but I can't at the moment, of course, and just things like that. So just like small breaks, but then it echoes what Chris said. I don't feel like it's causing me problems being here because I enjoy it. But at the same time, when you start feeling, I think it's different for everyone. You can kind of sense when it's coming, when that overtiredness is impending. And it's like, I need to have a chill out. I need to go and read a book, or, go and see outside for a bit. I don't know. I think everyone's different. It's a tough one to answer for everyone.
Yeah, and so for me, this is actually something I do try to schedule. I try to schedule at least 1 hour or 2 hours a day to either do some kind of like physical activity or work out, because I notice it makes me just a better person. Like, it makes me more creative. It makes me think things through more clearly. Some of my best ideas just feels like it comes like right after I'm running. For some reason, I feel like I'm sharper, and so I know that, like, even though it's not something like I want to do, as a dev, I'm just the most comfortable behind a screen, like at the keyboard. It's just like I can stay on a computer 16 hours a day. I can wake up, get on my computer, and stay on the computer for 16 hours a day. However, I know that that's not healthy, so like I make sure that at least get 1 or 2 hours off the computer, go do things that is important. Hang out with your wife, your spouse, your significant other, do all the things that you need to do, and then get back on it and do what you need to have to do.
Can I add quick to that, Danny, as well? I thought of something else, which I didn't say. A big one that I am also quite accountable for: don't feel pressured by what you see from everyone's highlight reel. That is so important. I'm terrible for this, especially because Danny and Chris know me quite well. I'm glad to meet you, David, first time. But because I'm more maybe known for content creation, and content creation takes time, and I'll see someone make something that they might have spent a lot of time on, and now I'm already thinking I need to make something to one up that.
Yeah.
Don't do that. It's a road down, and it goes back to that comparison thing, and you will only end up chasing your own shadow. It's not good. Yeah, it's important I don't know how to word it better, but I'm trying to do it concisely. I'm sure Danny
it makes sense.
Get on this.
No, makes perfect sense.
One thing I'll say about taking a break from keyboards, I don't live to code. I code to live, meaning my life does not revolve around code, and it shouldn't, because I think when you're too obsessed with one thing, you become unable to take criticism, to get better. Haven't you noticed, like, when someone's like an addict, they keep going for that next fix. They're not content with the fix they have. And that's what happens with code. You don't become content with what you've produced. You could produce the Mona Lisa and you'd be like, that's terrible. You need to take those breaks. And here's the other thing. Burnout is extremely, extremely real. And I always say it is better to pull back than to have to recover. And here's the good thing about, and this is the best analogy I can ever give you as far as like pulling back and burnout. Haven't you noticed, if you have like a catapult or a slingshot and you're pulling back, you take that rest and you pull back to launch yourself to that next level. But if you pull back for too long and you're going too hard and you're not giving yourself that time to rest, that tension becomes slack. You become wore out. You can't reach that next level. Don't allow you to push too much tension to where you won't release yourself and hit that next level. Now, taking a couple days break will do you 10 times more justice than you working those 2 days. Like, if you really, really think about it, the amount of mental relief that you would give yourself just by taking that break will take you to a level you will never reach unless you kill yourself. Like, and when you kill yourself, what happens now? You're not touching code for a month. Was that burnout even worth it at that point? I'd rather lose the 2 days than the month.
It's so easy to become focused on your own bubble. There's a whole world out there. Right.
So we're obviously running out of time, but we have a couple questions, and maybe we can answer these like stupid fast. How do you get freelance work, and any tips on to be organized?
I can answer the organized question. Use Trello and then journal. I use Evernote for journals. I journal every day, kind of write my thoughts down. I use Trello to organize ideas I want to work on, have a backlog of like, hey, this is ideas, just ideas, random ideas. I don't know if I'm going to work on this. Have a backlog where like, hey, these ideas I'm going to work on, and then have in the development, hey, these ideas I'm working on, and then have a finish column. So that way you can look at it and look back and was like, oh, wow, I had all these ideas. I did all this. It's all done. That's amazing. Let's keep going.
I'm right there with that. Trello is awesome. One thing that I do personally, I write my goals down on a piece of paper, and I put my goals on a wall right here between my computer and my TV. So when I want my downtime, and sometimes I'll get into this like, all right, I want to binge watch like 8 episodes on Netflix. And I'll look at my goals and I'm like, all right, have I done enough towards where I want to be, or do I need this break right now? Or maybe instead of watching 8 episodes, I watch 2, enjoy my downtime, and then produce some more stuff that I need to produce. There needs to be that balance. There shouldn't be an extreme of I'm not going to do any fucking thing, or I'm going to only do some things. Keep that balance and you'll do well. And as far as freelance work, you have Upwork, you have Fiverr, you have all those sites. For me, any like side project that I did or freelance site that I did has just been businesses around me. And you don't even need to be really a salesperson. The very first website that I ever sold on the side was a Mexican restaurant I was literally eating at. And I just pulled up their website to see their hours of operation. And I was like, this website sucks. Like, I'm a very positive person, but crap, this is bad. And I literally said, hey, can I talk to the manager? And I just showed it to him. I'm like, this is really bad. I could totally fix this for you. And I just threw out a random number and they took it. To be completely honest, didn't have a job in tech at that time. I was strictly off of free code camp at that point. Still sold that site for $1,000. You can absolutely do it. And I just threw out a number. I didn't think they were going to take it. I just said, you can totally fix this because this looks like it was made in 1994 with Angel Fire, right? Like, this doesn't look like it used anything else besides that. But it was literally just stores around me. Like, my first 4 sites were literally businesses that I frequented. So there's no crazy thing. And the next question is, how do you handle procrastination? And this will be the last question we answer. Anybody want to chime in?
I can take that if you want. Or
yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just, I mean, one of the things, I mean, particularly I've not done a lot of freelancing in the last couple of years because I'm kind of focused full time on creating courses. But in terms of procrastination, I mean, one thing I've always kind of learned in the last couple of years is because every single line of code that I currently do is put into a course and it's in public view, you start to get a lot of criticism, feedback, and you start to realize that, you know, that's okay. That's completely fine. You know, everybody's the same. If the best developer in the world put out some code, somebody would have a problem with it. Yep. So you would always kind of look at these developers. I mean, there's probably some people who's got 100,000 followers on certain social networks. They will put a couple of lines of code up. Click on the comments. Somebody will have a problem with it. So these kind of people that we are generally looking up to, you know, probably are good. But also, you've got to remember how far you've came yourself to. So don't compare because everyone's at different levels. You know, take everybody's final product that you see on social media, you know, and sort of remember that this is the finished version. It's kind of changed the mindset, really. So, yeah, kind of change the mindset to understand that the code that you're looking at isn't always the start. It's always maybe an end result of a couple of days of work.
Sure. Anybody else want to chime in before we end on procrastination?
I guess it kind of echoes back on what we were saying a minute ago about having downtime. If you want to embrace procrastination to a level, so it's almost like downtime, and flip the head on it, then you won't see it as such a bad thing. That's one way to play it. I I can tell when I'm doing it. I have a routine where I just walk to the fridge, open it, don't actually take anything out, close it, and walk back. I know that tends to be a signal that I need to get something done.
I think there's a famous kind of sign. I don't know if you've seen it, but it says "Stop procrastinating and get shit done."
Yeah,
and that's kind of a good kind of way to look at things as well, I think.
Yeah, that's normally a signal for me, and it's just a case of just get it done. I know when something has to get done, and then I just sit and do it. But I can
Last minute, David, you want to chime in on procrastination?
Oh yeah, so I just want to say, like, I struggle with it. I feel like a lot of people struggle with procrastination. Don't beat yourself up. Just try to. So whenever I'm procrastinating, where I'm getting days where like I'm not doing something that I know I need to do, set a low bar. Set something. Hey, today I want to do one push-up. Today I want to write one line of code. Just get started. Once you find that once you get started, it's really easy to overcome procrastination. So just set a small bar. Go ahead.
I think breaking things down into smaller tasks is a good way as well.
Yeah.
To
mini goals is good.
Here's one thing I'm going to say about procrastination, and it's completely different than what everyone else has said. I don't necessarily believe in procrastination. I believe when you procrastinate, it's just not important to you. You haven't made it important. Because here's an example I'll give you. If I told you tomorrow morning at 4 a.m., I'm going to give you $10 million, would you be there at 4 a.m.? You'd be there at 3:55, right? You don't want to miss an opportunity. So you just need to make it important to you, and you won't procrastinate because it won't exist at that point. And that goes back to my biggest reason, and I tell you guys this stuff all the time. You need to make your goal so big that you get excited about it. And if you get excited about it, you're never going to procrastinate. Like when I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, I don't wake up like, oh man, it's 4 a.m. I wake up like, okay, I got 3 hours to get closer to my goal.
That's such a good point.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. I agree.
There was a quote on something like that, and it was, if you're not interested in your idea, who else is going to be? So don't.
Yeah.
Maybe it's worth just sacking off.
All right, Chris Dixon, Jay, David Wen, thank you for doing this with me. I genuinely enjoyed every second of this conversation. You don't have to get home, but you do have to get out of this stream. All right.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And now our next guest, who I love, Mr. Josh Holmes. When I say this guy is a speaker of speakers, I only met him because he came to Memphis to speak. And when he spoke, I realized I will now stalk him for the rest of his life if he doesn't talk back to me. And that is exactly what I did. I love this guy. You're going to really enjoy every second of this. And to give him a small introduction, I know he's going to kill this speech, but he's a principal dev lead at Microsoft. He definitely knows what he's talking about. He has some next level ideas when it comes to certain things. And he gave a talk that I'll never forget on diversifying your business and adding things to your business. And I mean, the ideas he comes up with, like you have a box, you have the area outside of the box, and then he's in the next field. Like he knows everything going on there, and he's bringing something new. So definitely look up to this. He was the acting group product manager for developer experience over on Edge. So when they moved to Chromium. So definitely look out for this. I will be in the background and listening eagerly. So Josh Holmes, please take it away.
Thank you, Danny, very much for that. Absolutely wonderful introduction. While I'm setting up my screen here, one of the things I want to do is briefly talk to one of the things that was talked about on the last panel, because I've been watching this whole day, and it's just it's fantastic. One of the things that I love about Danny is that he's got an incredibly wide and diverse network, and he has brought in a lot of people from around the world. And in track one, first talk was Niall from Ireland. On this last call, you had just a great and diverse group. one of the things that was talked about was kind of origin stories a little bit. And Danny, you know, I'm sure that if you've listened to him, you know his story of, you know, fry cook to developer. So, you know, just to add to that real briefly, the 1 minute version of this is I don't have a degree in computer science. My degree is actually in drama, radio communications, and English literature. And so I'm a very well-read geek, but I'm definitely a geek. And I'm a principal dev lead at Microsoft now. You know, so who saw that coming? You know, my first job out of college was writing COBOL software, because there was a company back in the mid 90s that was looking for COBOL developers, they were looking for liberal arts majors to train them in COBOL, because they couldn't find comp sci majors who were willing to do it, and they were freaking out about Y2K coming up. And so they hired me, they put me in a class. I am the only person to have failed that class twice and kept their job. And but basically what they said was, we like how you solve problems, you just didn't solve them the way that the instructors did. And so my big takeaway is, you know, definitely don't try to match everybody else on how you solve problems. Make sure you solve the problem, right? That's the important part, is actually solving the problem. And that was the first, you know, it was funny that Danny used the box analogy when introducing me, because after I failed that class the second time, that was the first time I'd ever heard that analogy of, you know, Josh, we like you because you think outside the box. And I derailed the rest of the conversation because it was like, box? What box? What's this box about? How big is the box? What color is the box? What's in the box? Can I stand on the box? I don't understand the box. And the box just like blew my mind. I had no idea that people constrained their thoughts inside of a little box and to societal norms. I don't understand that. Still don't understand that. But just go solve problems. That's really what makes the difference between an engineer and a great engineer, is somebody who solves problems. And we do that with magic. We do that by literally turning zeros to ones and ones to zeros. We're creating value out of vapor. That's amazing. There's no other industry that I would rather be in right now. All right, so on to this talk. We're going to talk about progressive web apps. So you might have heard about the hype on these progressive web apps. And so, you know, kind of the brief introduction here is that this is a way that you can write a native feeling and acting app that you can actually submit to the various, you know, phone stores. You can install it right from the browser itself. That's what we're going to be doing today. You know, but it runs on web technologies, and it actually runs inside of a browser window. And I'll show you what that means here in a few minutes. So by brief introduction, you know, going back to, you know, what Danny said in my intro, I'm a principal at Microsoft at the time when Edge switched from Edge HTML as its core to Chromium as its core. I was the acting group product manager over the developer experiences. So that included dev tools, that included WebView, that included anything that we were doing with progressive web apps. All of that stuff fell under my purview. So this is an area that I'm very, very passionate about, very excited about. And when Danny said that he, you know, would let me do a technical talk, woo, here I am. I am ready to do a technical talk on progressive web apps. So, okay. So my daughter just walked into my little studio here. So you may get to meet Maher here. And if you do, it's a blessed day. We shall see if she comes into view. All right, so I'm sure that you've heard the hype about progressive web apps, you know, about how this is the future, this is, you know, getting better, this is so on and so forth. Let's break it down and talk about some actual hard numbers on why you and your business and your customers should be looking at progressive web apps. So when Starbucks released an app, they saw 2x daily active users on the progressive web app than they did on their regular mobile site. So they greatly, by 100%, increased the number of people that were using their mobile experience there. Tinder went from 30 megabytes as their their core application on an iPhone, and they reduced that to 2.8 megabytes, right? And so 2.8 megabytes versus 30 megabytes, much more agile, much more responsive, and it's a lot less code, and it matches up with their website, right? So they don't have to do two different code bases, so greatly reduce their overhead in their maintenance. Trivago, they got excited because they had 97% increase in clickouts to hotel offers, and that's just pretty awesome. Mobile.twitter.com. Yes, that is my Twitter page. Yes, that's a shameless plug. Yes, you can go follow me. But they saw a 65% increases in pages per session through a progressive web app than they did over just having a website, right? 75% increase in tweets sent and a 20% decrease in bounce rate. So lots and lots of great interaction, and this is really how to take that normal website that you've built that is already a good website and take it to that next level and really kick it up a notch, right? So we do believe that the web can and should reach beyond the browser, which is why we, and by we, I mean Microsoft and Google and Firefox, are all heavily investing in PWAs, okay, and really trying to make that successful. So I'm going to show you just real briefly. This is, actually, I'll close this real quickly, and you can see. So notice that I've got a browser over here, this Edge browser, and you can see I've got the StreamYard up here, and I've got the showing and that kind of stuff there. But notice that I've got over here, I've got Twitter, right? And it's pinned to the taskbar. It's got the right icon. And when I click on it, that opens up and it looks like any other Windows 10 applications, right? And so, here there's ethical farming in Ireland and notifications. I'm curious here. Hey, some of you are following me. Thank you very much. But notice this feels and looks like an application. Well, watch this. I'm going to hit Control-Shift-I, and I'm going to bring up DevTools. Right? Now, look at this. This is actually the DevTools built into Edge, right? And you can do the exact same thing in Chrome. You can do the exact same thing in Firefox. Safari is most of the way there. But here I am. I've got, elements. I've got, I can go browse the source. I can go to the application, and I can see some things here that I'm going to talk about. So don't worry if you don't know what these things are yet, but I've got my service worker. I've got my manifest, and so I can go see all of my manifest stuff. So see here the icon, right? That comes directly from the manifest. And I'll show you how to build one of those in just a few minutes. I can go clear the storage. Notice this actually downloaded 21 megabytes worth of stuff. Well, that's website, that is images, that is content. And so if I went offline at this point in time, that'd be fine. I'd be able to still scroll the top number of tweets and those types of things. And I'll show you about doing that in a little while. And then there's this other tool that's already built into your browser called Lighthouse. And we're going to be using Lighthouse quite a bit throughout this talk. And that is right here. I can go generate a report, and you can see I've got progressive web app selected, and I can tell it mobile or desktop, right? And if I go generate, notice it kicked the Twitter into mobile because that's the version that I was trying to test. And it goes and it tests a whole bunch of things. And it comes back with a full report on, is it fast? Is it installable? Is it PWA optimized, etc. All of that stuff is just all right there. All right. So now let's get back to the talk, and I'm going to show you how you can build one of these. All right. So again, real briefly, lots of hype about it, but the real numbers, this is why you need to be looking at a progressive web app for your company is the fact that you're going to get increased volume of users, because those users, once they install that, they're going to keep coming back to you. They're going to opt into your push notifications more readily. They're going to, you're going to reduce the amount of code that you've had to write for your mobile apps. If you've got a mobile app, you're going to get increased clickouts to your offers and to your, sell through. Basically, is really what I'm trying to say here. Lots and lots of increase in interaction and so on. So what is it? What is it that makes a PWA a PWA, right? And so minimal viable PWA starts with an HTML page, right? Starts with a website, and then you have to run a PWA on HTTPS, right? So it has to be a secure website. Now, why is that? Well, it's because you can install it like an app. And since you can install it like an app, you need to have some trust that you know where this came from and that the lines of communication were secure, right? And so the simplest and easiest way to do that is require HTTPS. And with HTTPS, you can view the certificate. You know that the pipelines of communication are secured and are encrypted, end to end, and you know that the content in that app actually came from the destination that you installed from. Right now, I mean, it's always possible that you could have installed something nefarious from somebody that was spoofing the original website or something like that. But the reality is, if you go check the certificate, like if I go bring up regular browser, and I go to Twitter, right there is a little lock. And this is on every browser. You've got a mechanism right there where you can click that, and you can actually check your connection is secure, who it's for, right? You can actually go see the site permissions. You can see what cookies they have. You can actually go view the entirety of their certificate, right? So you know who was installed, who was it issued to, who was it issued by, when it's valid, when it's not valid. And so that is a very important thing, is that HTTPS to building a progressive web app. But just in general, you should be using HTTPS to encrypt those lines back and forth and make sure that you don't have man-in-the-middle attacks or other things, right? The next thing is you need a web application manifest. So if you think about it this way, when you're installing an application, you are installing the OS that is installing the application needs to understand how to treat this, right? And so this is an example of a web application manifest, right? So short name is Wash Post, right? So that's going to be the short name, and then the full name, the Washington Post. Okay. Icons. So what are the icons that are going to show up here on the taskbar? What are the icons that are going to show up, up in the upper corner, and all that kind of stuff? What's the start URL, right? So the start URL in this case is /pwa/. In the one that I'm going to be doing, it's actually index.html, or you could just do /, or you could pick another site or subsection of your website and use that as your start URL, right? What orientation? So portrait, landscape, etc. You want the background, etc. I am really not sure what just happened here, but my phone started playing stuff. All right. Okay. Okay, so I'm back here. So you go set up your web application manifest, and then the next thing that you need, so you've got your HTTPS, you've got your web application manifest, and then there's this new thing called a service worker, right? Now, a service worker, what it does is it is a piece of JavaScript. It's a new standard from the W3C, and it's implemented by all the major browsers. But what it does is it is a what do you call it? It's, hang on a second. I realized what happened. We started.
Go ahead and fix all that. And just to say, like, PWAs are literally the way of the future, and you can see exactly why just with that little bit of code. But let me pop out now.
Sorry about that. I realized what happened is somebody started Spotify, and you can play it on any device in the house. Well, they started on my phone. I believe my daughter was playing a cartoon or something upstairs, or not a cartoon, song upstairs, and popped down on my phone there. I apologize for that. This is the fun and excitement about doing all this from home, and all this wonderful remote work that we are doing now, and doing it from the comfort of our own home, which means that sometimes you get unexpected interruptions. It's the new normal. So we've got our HTTPS, we've got our web app manifest. Now we add our service worker, and so the service worker can actually do quite a bit of things, right? So normally you go browser to internet, but what a service worker does is a service worker attaches itself inside the browser and registers as an application inside the browser. And what it does is it can register a bunch of different events. So for example, the most common one is fetch, which means that whenever the browser is trying to reach out and go grab a file from the internet, well, this method here, it actually runs through the service worker. And then the service worker is able to take that and check and see, hey, do I have a local copy of this already? If so, is there a more updated version on the web? Okay, great. I'm going to return whichever one is the most recent. But that's going to give me some really, really interesting performance boosts. And it also allows me to go offline. All right, so that's one of the most common things you can do with the service worker. And that's what we're going to do in this particular scenario, is we're going to take our application offline. But I'm going to point to some resources where you can go learn a lot more about service workers and what they are capable of doing. So this is the minimal viable product. You start with a website, a normal website, regular thing, and then you add HTTPS, web application manifest, and a service worker, and you are good to go. Okay, so that is the minimal viable product. So let's build one, right? Let's go do this. So I've actually got a minimal viable MVP up and built, and I will be showing this GitHub, and I'm going to make this public. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that right now. You know what? I will do that right after the talk. I will make this public, and that way you guys can go copy this yourself if you want to, and you can manage access. That's where it's at. I'm trying to remember where that was. Manage, change visibility. So I'm going to make this public right now, and go ahead and copy that portion, paste. So this is now live and public, so you can go follow along if you feel like it. There's a few things that I want to do to make this a little bit prettier later on, but right now you guys can go pick this out. All right, so simple PWA demo, and what I've got is I've got 5 different releases of this, and we're going to start with this first one here, which is just a static HTML page, and we're going to enhance that to be a actual PWA. So first thing we got to do is git checkout. Actually, Danny, can you tell me if that font is readable?
The what?
The font on that screen there, is that readable?
The thing at the bottom where it says hide.
Oh, this right here.
Yeah, that's readable. It would probably be helpful if you zoom in a little bit though. But if you can hide that thing on the bottom, because we can all see that. There you go. Perfect. That's perfect.
Okay. So we're going to check out 0.1, and we're going to branch that to 1, right? And so I've got a new branch here, and there's a handful of files that are already in here. So let me kick over to my Visual Studio Code, and what you can see is that I've got a simple HTML page, right? That's all it is. There's no JavaScript in here. There's a little bit of CSS. This is the CSS, right? So I'm just setting a body and, full screen, container, title, and then simple HTML page. Hopefully this is not overly shocking stuff to you. The only other thing I've got here is I've got a app.js, and that app.js, I'm just serving up static files. That's it, right? And so if you notice here, it's HTTP. It is not HTTPS. It's just HTTP, and it's serving up static files. And so when a request comes in, I'm just going to pass that through. So let's get this started. First thing I got to do is install everything. The reason I chose Node as my host, I'm not actually using any of the features of Node other than it being a web host. That's really all I'm using it for. So you'll see that I don't go back to the app.js the rest of this demo. I'm only working in the static content, the HTML files, the JavaScript files, those things that are being served into the browser, and the browser is actually going to be doing all the work. All right. So I've got my site up and running here. Let me go to HTTP localhost. There we are. Yay! Huzzah! We now have a simple static HTML website. All right. Now, if I go to that same lighthouse and go generate a report out of this, all right, it says, yes, it's fast enough to load on mobile networks. Doesn't have an offline mode. Okay, that's fine. We know that. Doesn't have a manifest with a start URL. Doesn't have a service worker, et cetera, et cetera. So let's go start adding those things. All right. So come back over to here, and what we're going to do is we're going to actually go back up to this one. Problem with zooming in a little bit is that it messes with my screen a little bit. There we are. So we're going to check out O2, and we're going to branch that to branch number 2. All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and start that. And while that's loading up, I'll show you what we did over here. Actually, I was wrong. The app.js, this is the one thing that we're going to change here, is that notice that we moved to HTTPS. And we're adding in a local key called key and another one called CRT. This is the actual public key that we're using to encrypt. The other thing that I did, and the instructions for this are actually on the GitHub. So if I go back to this page here and go to the README, you can actually see here's how to add a local signed, self-signed certificate to your Mac or to Windows. And that way you can do this local testing without all kinds of privacy errors in your browser. So I'm simply adding those keys in, and then if I come back over to here, my site is up and running. And so now if I refresh, notice that it's not responding. That's because HTTPS is required. So we're going to do HTTPS. And for some reason it is still complaining about that. All right. So here we are. We're back now. We have HTTPS as our host. That's great. And so now, if I know why that is, because I added the wrong files. So in every live demo, anything could go wrong. So I realized I needed to replace those with the ones that I signed on this machine and have trusted on this machine, rather than on the ones that I did from my other machine last night while I was working. So anyways, that will resolve itself here shortly. Okay, so we now have HTTPS. And that's pretty exciting. So we have where are we at here? There we are. So we now have HTTPS. So now the next step is to add a web app manifest, and that is actually pretty simple. So what I need to do is kill that, and we're going to check out 3 and 3. And so we now are in our new branch 3, which is version 3 of this, which adds a web app manifest. So if I come back over here to my browser, my Visual Studio Code, there's a couple of things that you will see. Number one is I've got a link to the manifest right there. So manifest.json. And if I go right here, I have an actual file called manifest.json. It doesn't really matter what it's called. You could call it, foo dot, XYZ, as long as it is referenced here in your start page as the manifest, right? So this is the relationship, this is the manifest. But this is what's in it. This is the kind of the minimal viable of what you need. So I've got a name, simple PWA demo, short name, simple PWA demo, language, start URL, what type of display, right? So the type of display is interesting because when I click on Twitter as an example, notice it pops up in its own little window, and really the only way that you can tell that this is a PWA versus a regular application is you've got this back arrow, and you've got the title here, and you've got this little dot dot dot. If I click on that dot dot dot, this opens part of the menu that you would get if you were in a browser, right? But otherwise, standalone right there means standalone. You can also just say in browser, right? And so it would actually run as part of, as another tab in the browser, and so on and so forth. Then I've got my background color, my theme color, and so on and so forth. And so let me go start that. npm start. All right, and that is up and running. So if I go back over to here, and now we go generate this report. Oops. It tries a bunch of different things, and it says page load, HTTPS, still not picking up my start URL in my manifest. Oh, did I go view the page source here? Yes, it does actually have the manifest listed there. And you can click through to the manifest, and there is the start URL. So I'm not sure what it is complaining about. If I clear and let's try it one more time real briefly. It's trying offline, it's trying online, it's trying a whole bunch of things. Still not finding a start URL. That's all right. We are going to continue on, and we're just going to get to the end of this one, and I'll go back and figure out why that one didn't work later on. All right. So now we have our web app manifest. You saw the manifest itself. So the next thing to do is we're going to go ahead and add our, here we are. We're going to go ahead and add our service worker, right? And so if I come back over and go to Visual Studio Code, the important part here is we have our service worker, right? So the service worker, simple PWA, that's going to be where we cache our stuff. These are the files to cache. And now there's lots of things you can do with the files to cache. I'm caching index.html, style.css, and main.js, right? You can cache whatever you want to. You can cache images. You can tell it not to cache anything. You can do all kinds of things with the files to cache. And where we're going to use that is right here, where on install, we're going to go cache all of those files. Okay. The other important method here is fetch. So on install, we're going to do these things. On fetch. So fetch is when we ask for a file. All right. And so when we ask for that file, we're going to check our cache, and we're going to return that request directly from cache with this particular service worker. There's lots of different options for how you could do a service worker. You could have it try both things, right? So I'm going to check cache and I'm going to check the network, and I'm going to see which one returns faster and return the one that returns faster. You could check network first, then if that fails, fall back to cache. You could skip ever checking cache. You can do anything you want to in fetch. And then we're going to respond to our event with whichever version we feel like returning, right? If you do a search on your favorite search engine for service worker and fetch, you'll find 1,000 different examples of how to configure and how to write your fetch method there. Now, one thing that's kind of sticky about doing a live demo when you're using a service worker and doing cache first is that once you have done that, well, then it's a little bit of a pain in the posterior to go back and get it to, return new content and new freshness. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my top branch, and here we are. I have a few extra things that I added in here. So one of the things that we can do, if I go in here to the main.js, is when we add our service worker. Oh, I forgot to mention this part here. So not only do you have to add this service worker to the web server, you also have to add it to your HTML. And so here I've got a service worker that is doing its thing in the main.js. On load, we are going to see if there's one registered, and then we're going to register that service worker if there's not one already registered. All right. And then I'm realizing that I lost some JavaScript somewhere. Let me see where we're at. Yep. Okay. So we have new local host. Yeah, those are expected. I lost some JavaScript here that does the online offline status. That is okay. All right. So when I come back over and run npm start, helps if you spell things. npm start. Service is up and running again. I'm going to hit refresh. And here's the fun part. If I go back over here to application, okay, go to service worker. Notice that I now have a service worker, right? So this service worker, I can test push messages and I can test syncing, periodic syncing. So that was one of the things I didn't mention about the service worker and what you can do with it. One of the reasons that Trivago and several of the other companies that did PWAs were very excited about PWAs is that there is a, you see this in browser, right? In browser, you'll see a message pop up and they'll say, we'd like to send you notifications. Usually they pop that up and they ask you if they can send you notifications immediately before you have seen any content. That means that they have actually bought the right to ask you to invade your space and push notifications. That said, they still do it all the time right on page load. Drives me absolutely bananas. But once somebody has proven to me that the content is going to be useful, so for example, the Twitter, right, push notifications on notifications, that is something that I actually like and enjoy, and so I will accept push notifications for certain websites. Once you have installed them as a PWA, well, you expect applications to send you notifications, and so Trivago, Twitter, Carnival, quite a few other companies that we've done case studies with have all said that one of the things that was really striking was the increased number of people that accepted push notifications. And so, for example, Twitter, it was actually, I think I've got the number right here in my deck. Make sure I'm not lying about this. 65%. Oh no, they don't have the number of people that accepted push notifications, but Carnival Cruise Lines, it was 42% of people. I want to say Twitter was in the 50% range, but a tremendous amount more people accepted push notifications, and so you can test that right here from within the DevTools when you go to the application page. But now here's my manifest, so you can see it's got a start URL. It's got I've got my service worker. I can go see I'm using 5.5 kilobytes worth of content right now, et cetera, et cetera. There's all of the details about this as an application are right there. And if I go back to Lighthouse, let's try regenerating this now. And so it's still complaining about the manifest. Oh, it doesn't have an icon. Okay. Everything else is copacetic. So it uses HTTPS, has a service worker that controls the start URL. It's got a start URL, etc. And we're about ready to go. And we now actually have a PWA that is kind of exciting. Now, the other thing I can do is I can go back over here to application and service worker and click offline. And notice when I refresh, and I'll do it here on the mouse so you can actually see it. No problems, no challenges, because it is actually, I'm going to prove this even more. I'm going to go back over to here and I'm going to kill my web server. So my web server is not running. You can see that it's not running right now. And we'll go refresh. Everything's copacetic. Everything's excited. Doesn't matter because I've got those files cached locally. So you can use this to cache content. You can use this to cache your JavaScript, your HTML. You can use this to cache all types of different things. And then you can also do, catch push notifications and, control your access to the server, through the various methods in the service worker. There's a lot more that you can do with progressive web apps. So coming back to our presentation here briefly. So we started with a standard HTML page, very, very simple static HTML page. We added a web app manifest that tells the page how to be installed locally from the browser. We then added a service worker, which controls access to the network for that application, can also get push notifications and other things. And this runs as a background thread and is able to listen for things, right? There's a whole bunch of different things that you can use for starting points. So MDM, which is the Mozilla Developer Network. This is kind of all the browser manufacturers got together and decided that's the neutral territory. That's the Switzerland, so to speak, of the web standards. And so that's where we're going to be documenting how things work in various places. Interesting site. Come on. There we are. So progressive web apps, secure context, service worker, manifest, exactly the same three things that I just talked about. But if you go into like service worker, you can go see a whole bunch more things that you can do with the service worker, and all that is right there on that resource. pwabuilder.com. If you don't know, even after this talk, where to get started, or if you want to do something more complicated, great, go to pwabuilder.com. You can pick a website. So I'm going to pick https, joshholmes.com. And similar to what Lighthouse did, what it's going to do is it goes and checks and sees, hey, there's your manifest, your service worker, security, etc. And guess what? My website, joshholmes.com, that is actually a PWA, a progressive web app. So you can install that and get the latest content from me. I am about to launch on a new series of content for anybody who's really interested in it. In the last month and a half, and Danny has seen some of this saga on Twitter, I have read a little over 1,000 resumes because it's a long story, and I'll explain it on the YouTube channel. But I've read a little over 1,000 resumes, and I'm going to start producing these little 2 to 3 minute videos on different resume tips. So lots and lots of content about to start hitting my website. You can install that as a PWA and go directly from there. There's a lot more detail. Oh, I forgot one other set of features that I want to show you here on PWA Builder, and that is if you go here to their feature store, they have a lot more stuff like, let's say you want authentication. Great. View the component here. They've got a full walkthrough on how to get it installed, what you need on the front end, what you need on the back end. And then, they've got code that you can go copy right into your project and get working. So all this is hosted up here for you to go see. So right there, you can get this little button, sign in with Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Apple, and they have so it's PWA auth, very, very simple code. They've got quite a few more components, like if you want to integrate with Office, or if you want to do 3D inking, or sorry, 2D inking on the web, and that type of stuff, you can just do that directly right here from PWA Builder. Last resource is, of course, documentation that my team helped build, which is getting started with progressive web apps. And this is a Really nice starting point and walkthrough on how to create a progressive web app and do some interesting stuff. One of the guys I want to call out here is this guy, Aaron. Oops, not a single sign on there. Aaron Gustafsson. I've got a slide about him here in just a minute. He wrote the original version of the slides that I'm doing, but he's actually still on the Microsoft Edge team and is a huge advocate for standards and for accessibility. Absolutely fantastic person to follow on Twitter. All right. So wrapping up here, go back here to presentation. PWAs start with a great web experience, and then they're going to enhance that experience for performance, resiliency, installation, and engagement. So this is about enhancement, right? So many of you are already doing web development. Right? Many of you already are doing HTML, JavaScript. Any of you who are doing the 100 days of code, you're probably doing a lot of JavaScript and HTML. That's where you start, right? It is a web app, progressive web app. That middle word is web, right? And then we're going to enhance, but we start with that great web experience and then move to make it just a really awesome, amazing web experience by building that next level of PWA. So progressive is something that is happening or developing or gradually in stages, proceeding step by step. So, don't take everything offline and just go do, thousands of lines of work and then come back and dump it, right? Step one, move to HTTPS. If your website survives that and your customers are still good, great. Add a manifest. No harm in adding a manifest. Now go look and see about a service worker, right? Then see what you can do with that service worker. Should start tweaking, make it work the way that you need for it to work. Do you need push notifications right out of the gate? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Add that later, et cetera, et cetera. So PWA, start with that great web experience, enhance that experience for performance, resiliency, installation, and engagement. So quick thank you to Aaron Gustafsson, who wrote the original version of these slides. I've made some modifications, and the demos were all mine. But he's got a lot of great books. So Modern Web Course, modern-web-course, after aka.ms, and then also aka.ms/adaptive-web-design. Both these are absolutely fantastic. I strongly recommend the Adaptive Web Design book. I learned a ton from it about how to think about accessibility. And so on. So with that, I just want to say thank you very much to everybody for listening. Thank you especially to Danny for allowing me to and inviting me to come on for the kind introduction. Just very excited to be here. Feel free to follow me on the various places, and my email address is right there, josh.holmes@microsoft.com. Thank you very much. Let's go make the web great. Danny, I can't hear you. I'm not sure if others can.
Here we go. Because it would be smart to unmute myself. You're right. Anyway, I was going to say I can't even lie, and then I can't lie on top of another lie. I was looking forward to this talk probably the most out of all the talks, and I spent most of it eating some food and taking notes because I felt like this is like the best course that you could ever ask for an intro to PWAs. So I guess like one question I have,
my shirt here, it is simplify and add nothing.
There you go. I love that. I love that. If anyone has any questions, put them in the comments and we'll answer them. We have a few minutes. One question I have, since you touched on the subject of resumes, absolutely, if anyone is looking for a job, or even if you have a job and you're trying to get another job, I can tell you firsthand experience, Josh knows exactly what he's talking about. And think about it, he's working with one of the top companies, so he knows what everyone is looking for. Definitely take a look at his content. And I will tell you this from firsthand experience as well. Josh is like one hair shy of a literal genius. So you literally need to follow this guy on Twitter, Josh Holmes. I always talk about him. He's in all my lists for a reason. I don't say that lightly. I'm always like a positive guy, like, oh, they're phenomenal. No. He really is. And that is why whenever I find out he's doing a talk, I'm always there. So with going through so many resumes, like what's like one thing that you could even recommend someone to do that would help them like boost it up? Like what's one simple thing they could do that helps them stand out probably from 50% of the or so other resumes?
Well, the number one mistake that I see in resumes, and the number one thing that ends up in a resume not hitting my desk is there's a generic, I've done these things, right? Okay. I was responsible for this, that, the other thing. Great. Two things, the problem with that. Number one is, if you're responsible for all these things, how do I know what you actually achieved, what you actually drove, what was actually your idea, right? And the second thing is, why in the world do you think that the fact that you were responsible for these things at all makes you qualified for the job that you were applying for? Tell me that, right? So tell me why it is that your experience aligns you for this job, and tell me what you were actually, not just responsible for, but what you actually achieved. If you do those two things, your resume is probably going to circle to the top of my list.
I always say, and I actually just said this yesterday, giving real life examples of things that you have done will separate you from others in an interview as well. And the one example I gave was if someone says, hey, do you know SQL? Well, yeah, I work in SQL. Or you could say, yeah, I know SQL. I utilize SQL tables in an application I built that separates city data names between rural and urban, and I used React to display that information. That is a robust, strong answer that will separate you from anybody.
Yep, that is absolutely correct. But no, I oftentimes I'll get I was responsible for, I'll give you an example of something from my own life, right? So when I was on the Edge product team, right, I was responsible for developer experiences. Okay, that doesn't tell you what I actually did, right? When I tell you, when I was acting group product manager over Edge, I helped drive the decision to move to Chromium from Edge HTML. Oh, well, there you go. Now you've got a much more specific, you understand what I did, you understand that I drive results, you understand the impact of what I did. It's not just, oh, he was responsible for these things, but did he actually do any of them? Was it actually successful? Et cetera, et cetera.
All right. So we have one question. Great talk. Didn't write the book down that he suggested in time. Did anyone else catch that link? What book was that?
So there was a adaptive web design book that I talked about from Aaron. All right, so this is aka.ms/adaptive-web-design. Right, and then I also talked about a bunch of starting points, and I'll just bring this slide up right here, and you can take a screenshot of that or something, or if you need to,
mouse
at me right there on Twitter and ask me that question, and I will respond with the text link so you can just click through. Right after we get done talking here. Right now, I'm going to pay attention to Danny.
Yeah. And this amazing question from Coda Community. What feature do you think is the most valuable about PWA? And I love push, but the offline first approach is such a nice thing. So yeah.
For me, the offline is incredibly important, right? Especially if you're talking about a content first website, you can proactively go fetch content and bring it down. And so if you've got somebody who is commuting, they're on a train, they're going into a tunnel, they're on an airplane. Remember airplanes in the before when we were able to go on airplanes?
Yeah.
That was exciting.
Yeah.
But if for some reason they're not able to get to the internet, they still want to partake of your content. Great. So it's the offline and the ability in the service worker capability that they didn't show, but you can go learn about it here at the MDM website on Progressive Web Apps. Is you can proactively go fetch content and bring that down and have that ready to go when the customer logs into the website for the first time in the morning. I get excited about that, and it's probably my favorite feature of Progressive Web Apps.
Same.
The second one is that it's installable, like actually installable. I put the second because I'll still go to websites for apps that I have installed because sometimes I'm just in the web and I just want an extra tab there. Sometimes I actually want it as a separate application, and that is really nice. I love having it pinned to the taskbar and so on and so forth. So those would be my 2 favorite features.
All right, so we got this question. How is Service Worker working differently yet the same as going to local storage? The overview was fast. Could you please slowly step through the logic once? Amazing talk implementing these through my app.
Absolutely. So if you have a if you've got a bunch of data and you've got a local application that's actually using IndexedDB or something like that, that's fantastic. That's awesome. That will probably make a very good candidate for a progressive web app. 2 things that the Service Worker does up front. Number 1 is it controls your start page for the application when you click it from a taskbar, not just a browser, right? So if you open a browser and you go to joshholmes.com/blog/something, great. You're just going to open that up, and now it doesn't really matter how it got cached from local storage versus if you wanted to write the code to go do that, or if you are caching it from a service worker, that's fine. But if I'm launching from the taskbar, well, where's it starting? Well, the service worker is able to control that. The second thing is it automatically does this for you, and I don't have to write code to go cache pages and JSON files, images, any of those types of more static things that I can retrieve from the server and bring down. I'll still use IndexedDB for any data, right? So if I'm inputting data like a to-do list or something like that, I'll still use local storage for that. But for my pages and other things that are static content from the server, those things I'm going to use a service worker for, and it just makes life a tremendous amount simpler.
All right, and he asked a follow-up question. I'm having issues with persisting local storage in React hooks use effect. So Service Worker is the simple answer?
Service Worker will bring down all of your functionality, right? So if you have data, like you're inputting data, like a spreadsheet or things like that, you'll still want to store that in IndexedDB or something like that. But the Service Worker will bring down all your content. So your JavaScript files, honestly, you can cache the client-side React framework. You can, all that content and the infrastructure of your application. Service Worker is the simple answer.
All right, and we have one more question. I really like the idea of PWA, but how will it go ahead with mobile users who are used to native apps?
So here's the fun part. Do you use Twitter on your Android, iOS, Windows Phone? There's a handful of people in the world that still use a Windows Phone. Are you already using Twitter? Well, guess what? You're already using PWA and you didn't know it. So tell me how that's better than a native app or not. So a native application, the fact that it's running on the hardware and running at the operating system level, can potentially have access to more resources, right? So you can do things like potentially turn on and off the Wi-Fi. You can there's other things that you're able to do in a native application that are harder to do in a progressive web app. Most applications are it doesn't really matter, right? You think about Twitter, you think about Facebook, you think about all of these different type of applications that are heavily content first. They're not tapping into the NFC chips on your phones, right? For those, you need a native application because those are capabilities that are not exposed to the browser. But anything that's exposed to the browser, you can do in a progressive web app, and it's actually going to feel very native and very fast. So the answer is go to native if you need native capability. Outside of that, go to native if you're more comfortable there. But take a look at PWA if you're comfortable with web applications.
Personally, I'm just going to be completely honest. You can try to some degree to resist PWAs, but it really is the future. Like everything is going to pretty much be there. And I think it's the same thing, for example, like my thought process with Go. I see Go being one of the like big languages probably within the next 5 or 10 years. And it's one of the few languages that when I've seen a company touch it, like they adapt to it. Like they're like, okay, now we're having to implement this. That's the exact same thing with PWAs. And that's actually the reason why I wanted you to give this talk, because this is going to be the future. You might as well get behind it now and figure out how you're going to utilize that and set yourself up for success in that respect.
Cool.
Well, Mr. Josh Holmes.
Can I get one more small bit?
Sure.
So we've talked a lot about resumes. We've talked a lot about a lot of different things. If you go to juneteenthconf.com, so I'm actually going to make 2 quick pitches. You'll see Danny's keynote there, which was incredibly inspirational. But go look for this is an incredibly important talk, in my opinion. Valerie Phoenix talking about imposter syndrome. It was a huge talk that spoke to me greatly. I'm 25 years into the industry. I still get severe imposter syndrome when I'm going to get up in public, when I'm going to go write code, when I'm talking to people and I see other people doing all these amazing things. Valerie does a fantastic job of breaking that down and helping make your haters your motivation. And then the second thing is, I mentioned I'm a principal dev lead at Microsoft. I'm in an interesting group. Would love to tell you more about it, but suffice to say, we are hiring, and so we are looking for people junior to very senior. So if you are interested, hit me up. Josh.holmes@microsoft.com or on Twitter at joshholmes.com at Josh Holmes. Would love to talk to you about possible futures here.
Time for me to put in my application, sir. I'm throwing it in. I will second that. I was a keynote speaker at the Juneteenth conference. When Josh approached me with Michael Brown, I literally said within 2 lines, yes, I'm in whatever we need to do. I want to support this, and I absolutely will. And when I say the amount of just insane heavy hitters that hit the stage, I was entertained straight for 2 days. Yeah, all of those talks are on YouTube. You can absolutely see them. I've probably watched Valerie's. I've watched probably twice. And here's one thing I'll say. You want to know about imposter syndrome? My heightened sense of imposter syndrome hits on the way to code review. Like that is when I'm like, okay, the jig is up. The job is done. They're going to find out I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Definitely highly recommend her talk. Who was also a great talk was Brittany. She's at Minty on Twitter, and her talk on like how to learn efficiently and analyze your goals, phenomenal. You can't beat that. So
there were great talks on how to combat bias in machine learning. There was how to structure your thinking around getting funding. As a startup, especially as a Black founder of a startup. There were just so many great talks at Juneteenth Conf. I just wanted to call that out and make sure people had more content.
Sure. All right, Josh Holmes, thank you very much for doing this. I genuinely enjoyed every second of this conversation.
Me too.
All right. Have a good one, sir. And now, without further ado, I am so excited to have Randall with us. If you don't know who Randall Kanna is, you probably live under a rock because she's phenomenal. From books to being phenomenal on Twitter, definitely follow her on Twitter. I'll fix that in a second. Also, she just released a new book, so definitely check that out. I just read it the other day, and when I tell you the nuggets, the gold nuggets in this book will help you in every single way known to man. She used to be a developer and software engineer for Pandora, I believe it was, and Eventbrite. Phenomenal, very educated, and knows what she's talking about. And without further ado, I will leave the floor to Randall Kanna.
Thank you so much, Danny. I really appreciate it. I'm glad to be here. Let me just share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my slides? Just gonna check the live comments.
Yeah, we see it. You're good to go.
Awesome. Perfect. Thanks, Danny. Just wanted to check. Okay, so thanks for the great introduction. Today I'm going to talk to you about how I landed my first dev job in 2 weeks and how you can use the same strategies that I did so you can find a dev job quickly. So kind of why should you care about this? And obviously, you know, in a perfect world, if you're a good engineer and you work really hard, that's all it's going to take as a developer and to get a developer job. But with everything going on in the world right now, you're going to see hundreds of developers applying for one job on AngelList or LinkedIn. And because so many jobs are remote right now, you're competing with people all around the world. And it's just a really tough time. And because of COVID, you know, 60% of employers are reducing their job openings and 25% of employers are getting rid of every single job posting.
I'm sorry, can I pause for 1 second? Is there something shaking next to your microphone or something? It's a lot of reverb coming back where it's like vibrating nonstop.
It might just be my computer.
Okay, we'll try and see.
Can you still hear it?
No, it was happening before, but I don't hear it now. So let's try and go on without it and see what happens.
Okay, thanks, Danny, for checking in about that. So the application process basically is just completely stacked against you right now. 98% of Fortune 500 companies are using ATS, and 75% of all resumes are just like never read by a human being, and they're just immediately rejected. So it's a really tough time to get a job in engineering right now, but don't let that discourage you. I'm going to share like a ton of tactics and strategies that I used to get a job in 2 weeks. So first, a little bit about me, and thanks again, Danny, for the great intro. So my name is Randall, and 6 years ago, I attended the original coding bootcamp, Dev Bootcamp, and that was during the bubble of coding bootcamps where it was really tough to get a job because so many bootcamps were graduating students. And some people who attended the bootcamp with me, you know, they weren't getting developer jobs, and it was really hard. And some people that went to the bootcamp a year ago still hadn't gotten jobs. So it was just really at the height of the bubble of software engineering. And I was really nervous because I had just spent $15,000, you know, moving to the city and paying for a coding bootcamp. But luckily, 2 weeks after I graduated, I got an engineering job. I was able to use like all the strategies I'm going to share with you today, and I've been working as an engineer ever since. So I'm a published O'Reilly author, which was really awesome, and it came out last year. And I've also helped companies with hiring like Eventbrite, Ticketfly, and also a lot of small startups that I work for. And I also, like Danny mentioned, I have a book coming out on Monday, actually, so I'm super excited about it. And I'm going to be discussing this very topic, and I'll be discussing everything from writing a great developer resume and building kind of your online presence, how you can create a great blog, standing out in the job search, and more. So I guess let's just jump right in. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is focusing on the right companies. When I graduated from my coding bootcamp, I didn't really have any algorithm skills, and I didn't have any computer science knowledge. I kind of just had the basic, you know, build an app, how to use Git, Rails, some Angular knowledge, all really useful for, you know, the day-to-day job. But the interviews at the time were really focused on algorithms. And you know, things at my bootcamp, they didn't click for me as fast as they did for other people at my coding bootcamp. It just took me a little more effort to figure things out. And when I started interviewing, that was really rough because all these interviews were really computer science focused and really algorithm heavy. And I really thought I'm going to have to take months or weeks, you know, this undetermined amount of time to prepare. And at that time, I didn't have a ton of time to spend preparing for interviews. I had really limited runway, and I just moved to the city and spent $15,000 on a boot camp. So I needed to find a job quickly. And also a part of me wanted to like prove it to myself that I'd made a good decision to attend a coding boot camp. So I decided to start focusing on different companies that had a better interview process that would be a fit for me. So immediately when I spoke to a recruiter at the company, I would ask about their interview process. And if I went further in the process, and the process was something that required a computer science degree, amount of knowledge to pass, I just stopped immediately. I dropped out of the interview process with that company. And this helped me move a lot faster because I wasn't spending days trying to prepare for a really heavy computer science take home that, it probably wasn't going to be a culture fit for me at the time anyway. If they expect you to have a ton of computer science knowledge and, you just graduated from a boot camp, it's probably going to be a ton of pressure when you start the job. So I kind of want you to start thinking the same way and doing the same thing. Don't apply to every single company. And I go more into depth in my book about this, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later in my talk. But just start doing your research and finding out what's going to be a good fit for you and focus on those companies. So you really should think about, what are your bare minimums? And you need to put together a comprehensive list of the things that you want in a tech job. And this isn't just for the interview process either. This can be if you find out the company doesn't have a good culture fit, or if they want you to come into the office 5 days a week, but you want to have one remote day, or anything like that. You just really need to put a list together of things that you want in the company you will work for. For instance, mentorship was really important for me. So I always focus on companies that care about junior engineers. And maybe a good interview process is another way to think of a good fit. And just start rejecting these companies earlier on. This is going to let you get through companies a lot faster because you won't be spending days or weeks in an interview process when the company is just not going to work out for you. And you can also start doing this by narrowing your scope just by doing your research. So once you've created your list of things that are not going to work out for you, for instance, mine was mentorship, and I really wanted a company that asked questions that I was actually going to do in my day-to-day job. That was really important to me. So once you've created this list, you can start by finding the company on Glassdoor and just reading their reviews. And you can search the company on Twitter, and you can see if anyone discusses the culture. And you can also just start networking and seeing if it would be a good fit for you. And you can go to meetups, you can attend online conferences. Right now, obviously, can't do anything in person. And just kind of, do your research to find if the company is going to be a good fit for you. And this will save you a ton of time going through the interview process with all these companies, because if it doesn't work out, then why are you going to spend all this time? Obviously, you need to spend some time practicing for interviews, but this will just really help you speed things up. I was able to get through way more companies quicker because I was able to just eliminate the ones that wouldn't be a good fit. So the next thing you need to do after you've kind of created your whole list of what would be a good fit for you and what are the things that are not going to work for you, you need to create an interview funnel. And so what is an interview funnel? This is kind of sort of my term for how you get companies to know you and start reaching out to you instead of you needing to go find companies and apply constantly. Sorry, I accidentally clicked that there. So basically, you need to do that in a few different ways. Oh, I seem to be, all right, I'm missing a slide here. It's weird. So there's a few ways you can do that. You can create an online blog. You can go on Twitter. You can start attending more meetups and just kind of making your online presence known a little bit more. And that's going to be really helpful in creating an online presence and getting companies to find you. Because if you have companies and they're starting to reach out to you and find you online, that's going to be really helpful. And one way you can do that is just get on LinkedIn. When I was job hunting for my first job, the company that I ended up taking an offer at actually found me on LinkedIn just through the search feature. And this wasn't an accident because this was something they taught us in our boot camp. And kind of we had an entire week just focused on how you can get companies to find you in the interview process. So I spent hours going just a little crazy, creating a profile that would do well in LinkedIn search. And LinkedIn is a huge tool to get recruiters to find you. because they're finding candidates there constantly, and maybe they'll email you, maybe they'll reach out on Twitter after they find you on LinkedIn, but it's kind of your online resume. So it's really important that you create a robust LinkedIn profile. Right now, I'm seeing in hundreds of searches every week, and I get dozens of recruiters reaching out to me because of that. So here are a few of like the key things that I worked on to make my LinkedIn profile impressive enough that recruiters would start reaching out to me. And it's kind of things that you would think are obvious, but it's not things you would think of if you're a junior engineer in a way, because let me get started getting ahead of myself. So your headline really matters. And that's going to be the first thing recruiters see on search. And this is like really near and dear to my heart because this was how my first company found me, because I set my title as software developer before I was a software developer. And this was how they found me, because you want to make sure your headline highlights your most impressive accomplishment and your current job title, if you have one. So right now, for instance, my bio is that I'm a published O'Reilly author, is that's the accomplishment that I am most proud of in the world. And of course, I also share that I work as a full stack engineer, because your current title is just a really big factor in how people find you. So if you want a job working in React, write front-end developer or React developer in your headline. And if you write this on your LinkedIn profile, that's going to be the first thing that people see when they scan your headline and your photo, and it's going to help you immensely in search. So they're also going to quickly look at your summary section, and this is another place where you have a big chance to excel. This is your opportunity to kind of express a little bit about yourself and what you're currently looking for in a position. So spend a little bit of time on this, and you can discuss how you're an aspiring junior developer and you have XYZ experience or knowledge in something and what you're really excited about in engineering. So just don't skip over this part. I know it's really easy to jump to certifications and courses and work experience, but this is a really important thing in LinkedIn. So the next thing you can do, I talked about this a little bit earlier, is create an online presence. And I was writing blog posts before I even graduated from my coding bootcamp. And it's not because that was required, and like a little bit because it was required in the first 2 weeks. But creating an online presence is just another way to get companies to start finding you instead of vice versa. And it's a way to also just build credibility. So when I started job hunting, I had 6 months where I'd start preparing before my boot camp, and then I had 3 months where I was at the boot camp. And during that time, I was writing about my experiences constantly. Every single week, I was releasing a blog post about what I learned that week, and all the cool things that happened at my boot camp and what I was excited about, and just some code I had written. And I've actually deleted those blog posts because I was really embarrassed looking at them later. They're all gone now, but they helped me find just a ton of opportunity at the time. And it was a really powerful way to get companies reaching out to me. And I also helped other junior developers that I didn't know at the time, because they were reading all these blog posts and it was helping them along in their journey. And at the same time, as a junior engineer, I was reading other blog posts from people, and it was really helpful to me to read about their experiences. So I highly recommend that you consider just a blog post about what you're learning each week. And you can also find some really cool, unique ways to do this. You could stream on Twitch, for instance. A lot of junior developers are doing that now, and it's a really powerful way to get companies reaching out to you. And then also Twitter. It's another really powerful avenue for finding a job. For instance, last year I was unemployed and I posted on Twitter back when I maybe only had 1,000 followers or something. And I asked if anyone had any opportunities. And the tweet did really well. And I had hundreds of companies reaching out to me and people offering referrals. And I got a ton of interviews from that. But more than that, I met some really amazing people from just one tweet. And there's a bunch of different strategies you can use for finding companies on LinkedIn, having them find, or Twitter, and having them find you. Crafting a really powerful Twitter tweet is great. And then just doing that maybe once a week or a few times a month, and talking a little bit about yourself and making it personal, just your experience, and ask people to retweet, and you'll be really surprised how many people want to help you. I got hundreds of responses, and it was just a really awesome and powerful thing to do. And obviously right now, you can't attend, any meetups or conferences. 67. That's great. So you can't attend any meetups or conferences right now, but you can start networking virtually. This is like one way, attending awesome conferences like this or meetups with Danny. That's really powerful. And that's another way just to increase the networking and, the amount of visibility that you have. So I think it's a really powerful and impactful thing if you can get companies reaching out to you instead of you having to go and find them, because interviewing for a company, you need to tailor your resume to that job, and you need to potentially write a cover letter, and you need to find that company, and you need to email them a pitch, or you need to submit through AngelList. And that's a lot of work, and obviously we have to do it, but it's great if you also have companies reaching out to you. Like I said earlier, the reason that I got my dev job was because I had companies reaching out to me, and that was really awesome at the time. So then the next thing that I did, which was really intense, and I'm not sure if I 100% even recommend it now, but I treated my job search like it was my job. So I was making some money working remotely in marketing after I graduated my boot camp, but I had used up my savings during the boot camp, and I needed to find a job really quickly. And I also just couldn't afford to live in the city anymore if I didn't get a job really fast. And I had just made a ton of friends in San Francisco, and I knew that was kind of the place that I wanted to stay for a while. But obviously, I was out of savings. I was out of runway. I had just spent $12,000 on a boot camp and then living expenses in the city. And I just needed to get a job super fast to recoup my investment. And when I graduated, I was really tempted to just, lounge around for a few weeks after. I was exhausted, and I was really just burnt out. It was a really grueling process attending a boot camp, and I was doing nothing but coding almost every day. It was, Sunday through Saturday, every single day. It was really exhausting. But I had heard a lot of horror stories about graduates who had taken a break after they graduated their coding boot camp, and suddenly a year went by and they still didn't have a job. They were right back where they had started in their old field after they had paid $15,000 for a boot camp. And I really didn't want this to happen to me. And I was really nervous that I would lose this momentum that I had from my coding boot camp. And if you let your skills get rusty, especially after you just paid $15,000 for attending a boot camp, it's a lot harder to pick up your skills again. So if you just create this daily momentum, it's going to be really powerful in helping you with your job search. So I knew that I needed to use that momentum that I had from graduating the boot camp and just keep working at it every day. So after the boot camp, instead of sleeping on my couch for several weeks, which is what I wanted, I spent 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. job hunting. And the job search just kind of became my job. And if you don't have a job right now, you can do this and you can make your job search your job. And if you do have a job, I still recommend that you set a schedule with tasks every day that you need to complete. And even if it's a small task, I want you to be applying to jobs and practicing interviewing and studying algorithms from 9 to 6, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I want you to create a detailed schedule where you're going to be working and studying certain topics every day, applying to companies, working on your resume, and scheduling interviews. So I've kind of discussed a little bit about your daily list, but this is going to be really unique to you. For instance, for me, I was mostly working on improving my portfolio. So depending on your schedule, you might want to prepare algorithms. And you kind of want to set a little time in the beginning of each day just to look over your notes from the day before. That was really helpful for me when I was job hunting. And then you want to dive into studying whatever you want to do, whether it's coding or algorithms or working on your portfolio or your personal website. But you want to set time aside every day just to work on this. And then, After 6 p.m., you stop responding to recruiters. You are done for the day. And this was a big help in helping me not get burned out and avoiding just the burnout when I was job hunting as a junior developer. I gave myself permission after 6 p.m. to rest and recover. And I didn't have to worry about the job hunt anymore. And I could suddenly, just relax and watch Netflix and take a break. And I know a lot of people that graduated me in my coding boot camp, they were working like 9 to 9 again, 7 days a week. And it really burnt them out, and it made them feel not super great about their job search either. So if you give yourself permission just to relax and restore at the end of each day and say you are done for the day, you have done enough, it'll be hugely impactful to your job search. And so if you remember when you were back in school and you were in high school or middle school, college, you had all these like assignments and you had deadlines and you had quizzes. And, with the help of your parents, you probably got that all done on time. So I want you to think of your job search in the same way. I want you to set weekly goals, like I'm going to interview at one company, or I'm going to get through this algorithms course on Udemy or Udacity or wherever. Sorry about that. So if you set these weekly goals, these are things that are going to get done. And it's really easy to just think, oh, it's going to happen. I'll do it at some point. But it's really powerful if you set yourself these deadlines and goals. And these can be anything from courses or certifications or the amount of companies that you apply to every day. So the next thing I did that was really powerful as a junior developer was create a really robust portfolio. And this especially applies to you if you're a junior developer. Can't speak. If you're a junior developer or you don't have any engineering experience yet. And this is because a portfolio is going to be all you have to take to this company. And that's really all you have to show at this point. And this actually can apply to you at any time in your career because I just used this 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I really wanted a job in blockchain, but I had no experience working in blockchain at all. And obviously, I've been working as an engineer for 3 years, so I had that to help me a little bit, but I didn't have any knowledge or blockchain work experience, which was really important at the time because blockchain companies, most of those companies, they are small startups and they can't really afford to hire someone who still has to learn about smart contracts and Ethereum and everything like that. So I started building some small side projects. And I was taking online courses, I was going to meetups, and I ended up taking one of the small side projects to a company to demonstrate that I was proficient. So I really taught myself over a period of like 6 months. And with no previous work experience in blockchain, I was able to land a job as a blockchain developer because I had created these side projects and I added them to my portfolio. And I also used some of the things that I mentioned from the last slide, like I was creating a lot of YouTube videos to build my exposure. And I actually spoke at a blockchain conference, which was awesome. And all these kind of things, they just helped me land that job. So it's really important to find things like that you can take to a company and it'll be really powerful. So instead of kind of, feeling overwhelmed, just start with one project. Start somewhere. You can build a project this weekend, or you can even start outlining what you want to do for a project. If you don't have a lot of experience, you can just create something small. You can create a task application. You can start working through some LeetCode challenges, and you can post them on your GitHub repository. And you can always redo your portfolio at any time with all the things that you learned from your first attempt. It doesn't have to be perfect. My first portfolio was terrible, and my first personal website did not look great, and I've since deleted all of those things. But it's really important just to start somewhere and have something to take to that company. Because if you can, in an interview, pull out your computer and say, well, I actually built this app, let me show you a little bit about it, that's going to be a really powerful thing that you can take to a company and show them that you can actually do the job. Because if you don't have work experience, you need something that will prove to the company that you know what you're talking about. And your first project can even be your personal website. And this was actually one of my earliest projects, and I worked on it for so long that I had people reaching out for years asking if they could use my personal website to create their own. And it was super powerful because I actually took this to several companies that I was interviewing for, and I didn't have a ton of engineering skills at the time, but I was able to deploy my own project, and I had several pages, and it was just a really awesome thing that I could take and show them. So you don't need to start with a crazy project that is a clone of Twitter. You don't have to have the next Facebook. You can just build up slowly, and you don't need to have like a perfect portfolio right away. Mine certainly was not. And then finally, showcase your best projects. So as you keep building things, you don't want to just take everything to a company, and you don't want to show everything on your personal site or your GitHub that you've done. You want to show your best project and put your best foot forward, and you want to keep working on that and iterating with that and take that to the company. Okay, so the next thing that I did that was really powerful as a junior developer was building a really standout resume. So if you want to be a standout developer in your job search, you really need a standout resume. And there's going to be a point in your career where your resume isn't going to matter that much. My resume the last year or two, it really hasn't mattered to companies. Companies will start reaching out to you because you'll have years of experience and credibility. But as a junior developer or an aspiring developer, you're going to need to have a really great resume because you're competing with so many applicants, like I said earlier. So a few things that you can do to build a really powerful resume are showcasing your wins. So what is your biggest achievement at jobs you've had in the past, or maybe things that you've learned and you've taught yourself? I've reviewed hundreds of resumes, and I rarely saw candidates being really specific about their achievements. They tend to write general statements about what they did at the job, and then they wonder why they're not getting an email back. So on my resume, I list an achievement for each position I've ever held. And in my first job, I detailed, how I graduated from my coding boot camp, and my final project was selected as the project for the final project, and I was the team lead, and it was really, really exciting. And in my second job, I highlighted that I went from an apprentice engineer to a senior engineer in a little over a year and a half. And I've also highlighted that one of my projects was featured in Forbes. So I still do this all the time because it gives the recruiter or the hiring manager something really quickly they can look at in your work experience and see that you've done things, because that is the most important thing. When a recruiter looks at your resume, they want to see what you can achieve for their company. So if you find it really hard to remember your specific achievements from past positions, keep these achievements up to date in your current job or just your day-to-day job search or what you're learning. Just write down a quick summary of your wins each week. And you can use this later when you're applying for your next job. Another benefit to keeping track is that your resume is going to be really easy to write because you've been documenting achievements all year long. And this is something that I learned maybe a year or two into my career because I wasn't writing down all these things that I had done. And then a year into my first job, my manager was like, wow, you've done some really great things for the company this year. And he started listing out things. And every single time I was like, oh, I forgot I did that. Oh, I forgot I did that too. And these were all things that I could have used on my resume, but I probably would have completely forgotten that I've done them. So it's a really powerful thing if you just every day start writing down your accomplishments or your wins. And if that's too much, do it once a week. But I actually do this not as often as I should anymore, but at least, a few times a month, I think about the big projects that I've completed at my job. And the next thing you can do to build a really powerful resume is use your last career as something that is a win for this company if they're going to hire you. And this was really powerful for me when I started out because, I didn't have any work experience as an engineer, but I did have a few years where I'd worked on a political campaign and I had worked in marketing for my parents' company. And I used everything that I learned from these jobs in my job hunt. For instance, I had managed interns And I noted that in my resume, and I talked about that in companies. And I had to teach myself all of these different programs and skills when I was working on these political campaigns. And I talked about that in my interview and in my resume. So don't think of your past career as some negative. Don't think, oh, I don't have a CS degree. I don't have this. I don't have experience. I haven't done open source. Start framing your past experience as a win for the company, because it probably is. And the next thing you can do is just show your ability and your passion to teach yourself. And this does not mean you have to be coding at night or on weekends, but just show that you love to teach yourself and to learn. And if you're taking online courses or certifications, you can add that to your resume. And that is a huge plus in making your resume stand out. Back when I started out, they were teaching Rails at my coding boot camp, and I did not like Rails at all. And for my final project, I told companies that I had taught myself Angular in a few weeks to create the final project that we showcased to the entire coding boot camp at the end of our graduation. And my team and I, we had no experience using Node or Angular. We had just learned Rails. All throughout our coding boot camp, that's what we had been doing. So when it came time to work on final projects, we decided that we were going to do something else that was a little more hireable in the job market, because this was just about the time where Angular was getting super popular and Node was getting really popular, and Rails it's obviously still popular today, but it wasn't kind of the hot new thing in tech. So we decided that we were going to teach ourselves Angular and Node for the final project. And that was a really powerful thing to take to companies and show them that we had taught ourselves something, really powerful just on our own. So I highly recommend that you start taking online courses, certifications, anything like that. If you can add that to your resume, it'll really show the hiring manager or the recruiter that you're committed to teaching yourself, even if you don't have a degree. So the next thing I want to talk about is just avoiding common mistakes on your resume that can get you rejected. So a lot of applicants don't use the right keywords or use enough of them. And I go far more into depth in my book about this, but obviously this is a short talk, so I can't go too crazy. But basically, whenever you submit your resume to a company, they're using ATS, which is basically an applicant tracking system. And it searches through your resume and it looks for these keywords. And if you don't have enough of these keywords, your resume is not going to get through. So like I mentioned earlier, most resumes are never seen by a person. So it's really important to look through your resume and look through the job posting and match those up. And there's a lot of cool sites you can use online to do this, like JobScan is a really big one, where you can put in the job listing and you can input your resume, and it'll give you an exact match of how well your resume really works. So it's really important just to be crystal clear when going through the frameworks you've used and the languages and just kind of using the right keywords. So the next thing is, make sure you spend enough time on editing. So don't use really tiny fonts, and don't pack your resume with clutter or too much personal information. This can be really frustrating to a hiring manager or recruiter if your resume is unreadable. So you just want to make sure that you've done a really good job on this. And hiring managers, they're going to overlook, a small spelling error or a grammar error or a tense error, but only if the rest of your resume is really great. So if you have an outstanding resume, 1 or 2 mistakes won't really matter. But if you have a ton of errors, you're not going to get an interview. It's going to look like you don't have an attention to detail. So it's really important to have a ton of friends review your resume, submit it to free online websites that will do a resume review for you. Just don't throw your resume out there and think that you're done, because you're not. And then another important thing is, don't say, I delivered these features. Say, delivered new features 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and then go into detail about those features. you really want to include specific examples of what you've done. It's just a really powerful way to kind of stand out in your job hunt. And then don't include a ton of personal details. And this really depends where you're located, but you probably don't want to include things in the US like a profile photo, or a selfie in your resume, or a ton of personal details. You want the recruiter to focus on the most important things, which are going to be your work experience, potentially your projects you've built, your portfolio, things like that. You want to keep it really clear and concise so they can be focusing on the most important things. So the next thing I want you to do is I want you to find a way to stand out in the job hunt. And this really needs to be something unique to you. So when I was job hunting and I had no work experience, the company that I ended up working for gave me a take-home challenge. And they asked me to create a small take-home project in a few days. And I could have, went on and I could have completed the app in Angular. And I knew that framework pretty well since I mentioned I just, learned about it for a few weeks in my final project, my boot camp. And I could have also built it in Rails. These were both things that I was really familiar in at the time. But instead, I kind of on this whim, I decided that I was going to spend my weekend creating a project in the framework that the company used. And it was Ember.js, and it was not as well known at the time. And, I created a very basic app that used an existing music API, and I built a few screens, and I used a little bit of the data flow at the time. And so even though this application actually broke on the day of the interview, and it was really embarrassing, and even though I could have built something in Angular.js that was far better and had way more features, the hiring managers were really impressed that I had spent the extra time teaching myself how to use this framework, and I ended up getting the job offer. Because, other people, they either knew that framework or they built something in another framework, but it was really powerful that I had just taught myself something. And obviously it wasn't perfect. It broke in the interview, but it was hugely impactful in helping me get the job because it showed the company that I was a self-starter, and it showed them that I was going to, not be afraid of learning new things on my own. So you need to find a way to stand out in the company, and this needs to be unique to you. So what will kind of make you stand out? And like I said, this needs to be unique to you, but just a few examples of things you can potentially do. For me, like I mentioned, it was kind of my ability to learn something quickly, even though it broke. And this was how I got the job. Another way might be that you showcase your skills in your take-home challenge. And for instance, if you're really passionate about accessibility, you can make your app really accessible, and you can discuss that in the README. And then the engineer that looks over your project, they're going to go to your README and the take-home, and they're going to be like, wow, that's really cool. They have this knowledge, and they kind of went above and beyond. So if you love writing tests, you can write a ton in the take-home, and you can include that in the README. A company can be looking at a ton of take-homes. So it's really important to find some small way to differentiate yourself from everyone else submitting the same take-home. And you don't have to be an expert in this subject, but you can teach yourself, over the span of a month, and then you can use that to excel in your take-home challenge. And another way, like I mentioned earlier, I use my past career as a way to stand out. When I was applying to developer jobs and I had no experience in engineering whatsoever, I discussed how I took a gap year during college and I worked on a few political campaigns. And in these campaigns, it's really fast paced, and I had to teach myself a ton of new skills, and I had to learn new programs and create reports and Google Analytics and managing interns. And I discussed all of this in my first resume. And it was hugely powerful to be able to say, hey, I don't have engineering work experience, but I do have all this time that I've spent in my past career. So don't think of your past career as a negative. Think of this as a positive thing that you can use. And you can frame things that you've learned and take that to that job. And the next thing that'll really make you stand out is just showing that you want to teach yourself and show that you're passionate about learning. Because if you don't have a degree, you kind of need to teach yourself, and that's kind of what you have to do throughout your career as an engineer. So it's really powerful if you can take online courses or you can take online certifications, even if you can attend a workshop at a conference list. These are all going to be hugely powerful ways in helping you stand out in the interview process. And if you have not taken a ton of courses, you can go online right now and you can start an online certification and you can put that in your resume and you can say in progress on your resume. And that'll be a hugely powerful thing for companies to look at because it'll show that you care about teaching yourself and learning new skills. And I don't see this on a lot of junior resumes that I've reviewed. And it's like a huge missed opportunity because if you're transferring from a past career in something that's not engineering, or if you're a junior developer and you've taught yourself how to code, it's a really impressive and awesome thing that you did. So why wouldn't you show that on your resume? Your resume should be all about that. And so finally, you need to craft a compelling pitch. Basically your elevator pitch, and I hate the term elevator pitch, but you need to use what makes you a standout engineer as this pitch. And I want you to be able to sell yourself and not be scared to be proud of your accomplishments. I want you to go to a meetup and I want you to have someone intrigued when you say this. And I want you to show what makes you unique and then, talk about that to every company you interview at. For me, it was, I taught myself Angular over a few weeks during Christmas break, and I took that to the company. And just small things like that. Like I started coding when I was 12, and obviously it was like HTML and CSS, but I was creating websites online, and I told that to companies as well. So you just want to find what makes you unique, and you want to share that with companies. So awesome. So here's some of the key takeaways from my talk that I want you to remember. I want you to use your skills and knowledge as a weapon from your last career to your next career. This is not a negative. This should be used in a very positive way. It is a great thing that you've potentially had a past career or that you've taught yourself how to code. So I want you to use that. And I also want you to focus on the right companies. Don't spend time interviewing with the company and going through this long process if it isn't going to be a great fit for you. And also find ways to get companies to reach out to you. Maybe you're teaching yourself how to code on Twitch, or maybe you wrote some blog posts about your journey throughout, but find a way to create this funnel of companies reaching out for you. And this funnel is just going to keep growing. When I started out, I was getting a lot of rejections, but in the last 2 or 3 years, companies started reaching out to me because I've created this online presence and I've spoken at conferences and I've worked at big companies. So just find a way to create this funnel and it'll be hugely powerful. And start taking online courses and certifications right away and discuss that in your interview. And it's going to show that you're really committed to learning all about engineering and you're committing to teaching yourself. And that's a really powerful thing. So I'm also discussing all of these things and how to find a dev job and improving interview skills on Twitter. So you can follow me there. And my latest book is going to be all about this. And I have a pre-sale right now, but if you miss that, I'm going to open up this coupon code for everyone who attended DevFest on Monday. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Beyond excellent. Let me just say, like, I was taking notes and I was responding to some of the comments. Really well done. A couple things I wanted to talk about, and we got a bunch of questions too. So let me just start asking these questions and then we'll get to that.
Great.
The first question that I want to talk about is from CJ Johnson. Should we pay for certifications?
I think it depends on the certification. There's a few good ones, on Coursera that it's maybe $60. That's not too bad, but I think it's just as powerful if you go through that course on your resume, then you list it on your resume, talk about, what you've learned. That can be just as powerful as a certification. But on the other hand, if you went through an AWS certification and that was months to complete, 100%, that's something maybe you'll pay a couple $100s for, but companies take that really seriously.
Yeah, to be honest, this is an area that I talk about a lot, and I don't necessarily think it's worth paying for a cert from like Udemy or something like that. Like, there's no reason why, or like the CS50 cert. Nobody cares about that. But if you're getting a cert from AWS or Oracle, something like top tier level stuff, that's worth its weight. But for the most part, your average certification is not going to be worth any extra money that you have to pay for besides the course itself. And I'll be honest, even for myself, I don't list any of my certifications. I don't see the purpose to do so. So I don't think it's necessary in the least. Just my opinion there. This is a good one. So this is from Elliot. A mentor advised me recently to remove past experience in non-tech jobs because it makes me look too junior. What would you say with that? I taught myself to code while working at a law firm.
No, I think that's completely wrong. I think it's obviously in my talk, I think it's a really powerful thing to show that you have these past skills and you can bring that to the job, especially if you did things like that where you taught yourself how to code at night. That takes a tremendous amount of willpower. So why wouldn't you showcase that? I think that's awesome.
When I applied, I turned down 6 jobs before I accepted the job that I wanted. Just because, I realized through the interview process or whatever it may be that it wasn't a good fit for me. But I literally had my past experience as frying chicken. So if I can get 7 offers, the one I took, and that's my past experience, I think that should show you that that's really bad advice. Because what's the one thing that hurts most people when applying for jobs is employment gap. So if you have like this big gap of you working at the law firm for, let's say, 3 years or whatever it may be, you're going to have a hard time explaining why you were unemployable for that duration of time. So I'd rather have that on there and say, yeah, I was working, and you know what? I taught myself how to code, and I utilized my time wisely, and I persisted and reached that level that I wanted to reach. That's impressive to somebody. They know that you went through something. So why not? There was one question here. I don't know if this is in the scope of what we're talking about, but I'll go ahead. Any tips for people looking for remote work from offshore, so another country? Is there an advantage for people applying on-site versus offshore?
I mean, right now, everyone's remote for, we don't know how long. It depends if the company has core hours. Like right now, my team has a lot of people working, from Thailand and other countries and everywhere around the world. But we have core hours that you have to commit to, and there's 4 hours. And for me, they're a little bit early. It's like 7:30 in the morning. It's kind of painful, but I was able to commit to that. So it really depends on what the company is looking for. You kind of need to, like I said, optimize your resume for the job posting. That'll be really powerful. Probably show your commitment if they have like things like core hours that you can stay on top of those.
One thing I would say with that as well, right now, and this is I know I have a lot of followers from other countries. Right now, it's an estimated that 30 million Americans lost their jobs, of which many developers that I know have lost their jobs as well. I know senior developers that are even applying for mid-level positions just to get into a position. So understand something. When you're applying, you have a lot of competition right now. Make sure if you are applying, you're bringing your best self forward. You need to give them a reason. And I say this all the time. You have to be so undeniably good that they can't say no. That's as simple as that. Like, if you have to be so good that they need to be like, I wish I could turn him down, or she's so good I can't say no. That's how good you need to be. You need to be so good that if you have a very difficult name to pronounce, before the interview, they're like, how do you pronounce that? And then after the interview, they're studying it to make sure they never miss it again. That's how good you need to be if you want to land a job against somebody else who is local, who is qualified, and who is here. That, especially right now. So make sure you're that damn good, and then you'll get a job. Simple as that. I'm sorry. Sometimes, when I get the passion, it's like bursting out. I got to let it
go. No, it's totally true. Back when I was applying for boot camps, it was the bubble of coding boot camps, graduating 1 million people every single month. There was just a tremendous amount of boot camps, and you kind of had to find a way to stand out. So I think it's more important right now than ever because you're competing with the entire world for remote positions. because everything's remote and now more companies are going remote.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you this, before I got my first job in tech and while I got my first job in tech, I helped 44 people land their very first jobs in tech, most of which came from boot camps and things like that. And now I'm not saying it's possible for everybody. I think it would be disingenuous to give that thing to say. Some people just aren't cut out for coding. Some people aren't cut out for certain companies. Some people aren't cut out for certain cultures. It just depends on what matches with you at that time. So, and that's another thing too. If you go to a job interview and they turn you down, not a big deal. It wasn't meant for you. Go to the next. There's 7 billion people on this planet. You just need one to fall in love with you and give you a job. That's it. If one says no, it's on to the next one. Simple as that.
I love
so
that.
don't. Yeah, I mean it's very true. I used to say that all the time. I'll talk to anybody, and I say this to this day. I am always open to a good conversation. I don't care who it is. I don't care what it's about, because you never know where one conversation will lead you. And I can't tell you how many job leads I got from people that I just had a conversation with, and they recommended me to XYZ. Like Monday, I have a meeting with the mayor of an adjacent city just because I ended up talking to one of his chief of staffs, and I had no clue.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, I mean, you never know where that one conversation will lead. We were just talking over beer. Next thing I know, I got a phone call saying, "Hey, we want to talk with you about bringing some programs to our city." So you never know where that, "Hey, how you doing?" or "What's the weather looking like?" or things like that will take you. So don't be afraid to have a conversation, and especially at like a place like a meetup or something like that, where everyone is showing up to have the exact same conversation. They want to talk about the same things you want to talk about. That's definitely a place where you want to be, especially when you're looking for work. Randall, do you have any advice for specific transferable elements of your current career that can be highlighted when applying or interviewing for a developer job?
Yeah, so that really depends on your career. So that's hard to say because it's unique to everybody. For instance, for me, mentoring was big. So every time I've applied, I've mentioned how I, managed interns when I was a junior developer, or taught myself a new piece of software. So anything that's applicable to the job that you want. If you apply to a company that loves mentorship, then you should be highlighting that you've done a ton of really awesome things in mentoring in your past career. And if you've taught yourself some new software, learn something, share that, and then focus on that in your resume.
One thing, and this is not to that question, this is something completely different, but one thing that I always tell people all the time, one thing employers really like are people that are passionate and active in their communities or doing something related to the task that they're doing. If you can demonstrate passion, 9 times out of 10, you will be selected over any other candidate. And one great way to do that is by volunteering or giving back to your community in some capacity, respective of what you're doing. So if it's a meetup or mentoring, like Randall just said, those are very, very good options. But if, let's say, for whatever reason, which I highly doubt, but for whatever reason, your city is this magical city where there's no mentoring opportunities, there's no meetup opportunities, nothing like that, go volunteer at a soup kitchen. Go do something. Because number one, you're obviously helping your community. You're giving back to your community in some respect or another. But on top of that, you're doing some good at the same time. So why not spread that positivity around? And you never know who you're going to meet at those places that you're volunteering at. It's going to help you on your resume. It's going to help you that and your networking as well. So if you're finding yourself not having enough to talk about in an interview, go do some things. It'll give you like that padding that you need to fill out that time. Now, one question I have for you, Randall. I keep going back to what I thought your name was pronounced versus what it is. So as far as like the interview process goes, what is like what are like some key points that you think someone should have in what I called like their elevator pitch, like that quick description to hook somebody into the conversation?
What do you think that is per person, or?
Like, for example, like let's say I'm going into an interview and I want to like say something quickly to like get their attention. What would be a great example of something that I could describe about myself that would get the interviewer interested in me?
I mean, like earlier, maybe you taught yourself to code while you're working full-time at a law firm, because that's really impressive and that should be highlighted.
I definitely agree with that. I think she called it something else in her. I always say the elevator pitch, where it's like, I need 30 seconds to hook any stranger into being interested in my life. And I think you need to always create that for yourself, because if you have that, any person you talk to will immediately jump in. I always say, for myself, to give you an example, I used to work in gas stations. Now I'm a software engineer. I lead a community of developers, and I help 44 people land their first jobs in tech. How you doing? And there you go. That's 15 seconds. Like, yeah, if you say, you just need to find 4 things. Because I always say, you know that you are amazing. I know that you are amazing. You now have the audacious task to convince someone in 45 minutes or less that you are phenomenal. That is your burden. So how are you going to do that? And the best way to convince someone that is in the first minute. How do you get them hooked into your life? And that pitch is the one way to do that, at least for me. Anyway, we are
very true.
At time. One question that I just want to answer, I answered it in the comments, but I don't think she saw it, is for someone not learning web development, how can I create a portfolio? One great example is, well, I'll let you give your example before I give mine.
No,
do you have an example? I was going to say you can utilize something like WordPress, or if you're just a back-end person that knows nothing about web development at all, WordPress it, or if you really want to, Squarespace or Wix. But WordPress
is a really good one.
Yeah. So you don't need to be like a full front-end person to make a portfolio for yourself to display your back-end code or whatever you're working on. Just make something simple where you can display your accomplishments. All right. For everyone that is in this room currently, the last talk of today will be on track 1. That is with Nader Dabit. Phenomenal speaker. He is a developer with Amazon for their AWS services, and he's about to do a next level talk at track 1. So definitely head that way. There is no talk on track 2, so this broadcast will end here. So Randall, Kanna, thank you. I enjoyed every single minute of this conversation.
Thanks for having me, Danny. It's great.
All right, everyone. We'll see you at track 1. And there we go.